do from the different power source, not from our.
Okay, I'll go and talk to medic because we might be able to get a quick filter in the changing room.
Okay, because also we got extra 50-meter power cable, so we probably can just take separate line from building to you. Yeah, we just got bad experience.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
No issue, I'll find it.
Mēs esam gatavi, Kristam.
Good morning, Chris. How are we?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. We can talk about the weather. Talk about the weather. Weather's what was it been?
If you want to talk back, TB1.
What does this do?
Uh,
If he's taught and he can't hear me, I have to press this.
yeah. We hear. Everything is okay. We had just pushed the button down and we were hearing you.
You just need to.
Yeah, just put it down, then it's the talkback, and if you
Okay, so now I'm talking to you directly and nobody else, right?
yeah.
Okay, now we're doing just a test.
Yep.
Okay, good morning everybody. Welcome to the European Cricket Series. Come to you live from Malta, the Master Cricket Ground. Beautiful setting. Bit of heavy rain this morning, but nice and sunny now.
Well, it's a little bit cloudy. Hopefully the games won't be delayed too much if the rain comes.
Hopefully not, no. Let's do a little bit of high sound. Balle, balle, balle. That one's gone out of the ground. Ginna, Bada Shaka. Loving it.
Yep. What a bat, what a bat. 6-4. Wickets raining.
It's raining all over the place. Fireworks all around the ground. Jacka there, Fateh style. I'm loving it. European cricket T10 at its best. Yep. You spent too much time with me. Good morning, everybody listening wherever you are. Yannick, you with us this morning? Good morning, Yannick. It's nice and sunny, nice and warm, not like some parts of Europe
Exactly.
where it's freezing temperatures and snow.
Back in Latvia, it's already winter now. We had snow last week.
Oh dear, and you were sitting on the beach in Italy.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
Plus 20. No, not anymore, but I got a good tan for those couple days.
And this is showing off his tan here, his tan lines.
Yeah.
This is, what can I hear, on your phone? Or is
No,
this...
no. It's
Ah, the walkie-talkie.
walkie-talkie
Okay.
for
Fair
now.
enough, fair
Yeah.
enough. Now this sounds good in yours?
Yeah. Yep.
No crackling?
No crackling.
Good. That's good.
Yeah. We figured out what was the problem back in Rome, so we asked Kristaps to send us some from.
All right. So show me on this, if I wanted to cough, sneeze, how do I switch?
Yep.
Simple as that.
Simple
okay.
as that.
Superb. So should we get into the habit whenever we're off, just to press that off?
Yep.
Okay, great. Super duper.
Yeah, easy
good.
as that. And TB is talk back.
TB, talk back.
Yeah.
So if we needed, anything went wrong here, go to talk back.
Yep, exactly. Now you.
Yeah.
Now you.
But
talk
we're not
to-
on here.
No. See the lights turn off
Ah.
on the mic. Yep.
Ah, this is good.
Yeah. Probably we will move it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can hear you. Yep. Oh, okay.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. So pressing TB, you can't hear us. Okay. Okay, superb. No problem.
Yeah, so that Keith can.
Keith can have it as well.
Can reach it.
Anything else we need? What else have we done? No, that's it, right?
Yeah.
That's it. We're ready to go. So
Ready to blast.
what have they decided with the program then? So basically, you do the Malta, we'll do the bumper, and then we are going to a coin toss.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Kristaps is still figuring out because in the running order, the coin toss was presumed to be 30 to 40 seconds. It was now 2 minutes.
Yeah.
As Meda asked James, who's in charge here, Spring Media or Dave. So yeah, Spring Media allowed to make the coin toss as huge as possible. Then yeah, I think we just.
So we need to adjust our timings.
Exactly. Yeah. So we will probably start earlier, but yeah, I think after they will figure out the position for the graphics and main camera, and then Kristaps will focus on the running order.
Okay, so we basically, once the bumper is done, we have to do a very quick welcome back to Masa. The next game is between, or the game is now between Let's go live to the coin toss.
Exactly.
Okay. Coin toss gets done. When that is finished, is batting. The camera will come back on the pitch, hopefully with the umpires out there, the team's going out, and then we go into the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, good. It runs well. Good. And then for player of the match, match is over. Highlights. Talk through the highlights.
Yep.
Once in the meantime, one guy is going to
going
the
there.
area.
We are setting up. I will. They will see. Kristaps will see that we are ready.
He'll give me something in the ear.
Yeah, exactly.
And I say, now we go live to the player of the match interview.
Exactly. Yeah.
With
plus, I will raise my hand.
Superb.
Yeah.
No, that's great. We've got it sorted.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Malta, this sun-kissed rock in the very middle of the Mediterranean Sea, is the venue for the European Cricket Series for the next 2 weeks. We're going to kick off straight away with this nice little battle between two established teams, the Overseas and the Crusaders. And the first thing we're going to do, of course, is go over to Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
Malta for day one of this European Cricket Series we've got here over the next 2 weeks. We're very, very excited. We've got some jam-packed games for you, so get excited and get ready for a big tournament. The first game, we have the Overseas Cricket Club versus the Southern Crusaders Cricket Club. Now, obviously, we don't know anything about these teams yet, but we're very excited to learn about it. So we're going to toss the coin and get this tournament underway. Tournament ref Rob Kemming here to provide the coin. Overseas Cricket Club is the home side, so you'll toss it and you'll call. Heads is the call.
It is heads.
Okay, it's a head. So you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're planning to bowl first.
Okay, why are you thinking to bowl first?
Because the outfield is a bit slow, so hopefully they might not be able to get more runs, and we'll be able to capitalize on it.
Okay.
Plan.
Okay, so what do you think is a good target to keep these guys to?
Well, to be honest, it's the first time we're playing T10, so I'm guessing somewhere around 100 thereabouts should be fine for us to chase.
Okay, and how are the boys feeling? Are you feeling pretty confident about this tournament?
Yeah, pretty confident. We have some good pace attack, so they're planning to make some heads roll, so let's see how it goes.
Good to hear. We're very excited to see you play. Good luck. All right, so you've been sent in to bat. How do you feel about that?
It's probably not a bad toss to lose. Don't really know what's going to happen, so first time playing this format, so I'm okay with it. I mean, we've got a strong batting team, got a strong bowling team as well, but happy to have a go and put them under some pressure.
Nice one. So this is the first time you've played T10 as well.
Yes.
So what do you think?
We've played a lot of T20, but T10 is a first.
It's a different beast. What do you think is a pass score here?
Outfield is slow, but the boundaries are very small, but I would say 100 at least.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to seeing you play. Good luck. So the Southern Crusaders have won the toss, and they're going to have a bowl.
Thank you, Stefan. You can see that the weather is decent here in Marsa at this old established sports club on the fringes of the capital city here, Valletta. These two teams in Malta's domestic 2020 league in their respective groups came third, so they both missed out on the semi-final. You're looking at a left-handed batsman, Charles Kleinepunter, who is opening for the Overseas. The non-striker, number 79, Heinrich Gericke. And the first ball by the Crusaders is going to be delivered by their left-arm seamer, Mohammed Bilal. Your European Cricket Network commentators, me, Kit Harrison, alongside me, Rico Full.
Good morning, bonjour, as they say here, bonjour, to this lovely island of Malta.
Now, word is that Kleinepunter can put together some big shots to just down the leg side, and the first of what will be a great many leg side wides delivered by bowlers in their first overs of the tournament. Every single Maltese cricketer out there is making his television debut in the European Cricket Series, even those who represent the national team have yet to appear on the screen. And, certainly Bilal is just taking a little while to shake off the ring rust early on, Rico.
Yes, I mean, it won't be helped with this wind. The wind is blowing right across them as well, so taking the ball down the leg to the left-hander as well. So just going to adjust his radar a little bit here, kid.
Sod's law, of course, is that once he's done that, he'll have to bowl to the right-handed Gericke. And there we are. He's on target. And Kleinopunter is away with his first run off the bat.
Yeah, you just saw there the wicket-keeper just slipping a little bit. Gaurav Mathani, it's a little bit wet underfoot. Had a walk out there earlier. The outfield is not as bad as it looks, but on the edges of the artificial wicket, there's some wet patches. So early on this morning, there'll be a few slipping around, a little bit of sliding going on.
Now on strike coming now is Heinrich Gericke. Plays for the Malta international team. He's the first international player to come into our line of sight. Oh, what a great ball! Big shout, and I'm sure that would have been close to hitting the stumps. I just wonder, perhaps if a little inside edge bit of bat might have saved him, Rico.
That was a beauty. When you look at the movement on this, starting outside the off, coming in, was there a little bit of bat involved?
Yeah, well, I guess there might have been. No stump microphone here, but a decent replay, and it looked like a good shout, so perhaps it was the bat who saved him. Just angled across there, and that's well bowled, just inside the little marker line there for the wide. And Gericke was really the gun batsman for Overseas Cricket Club in their 2020 Domestic League campaign, their top scorer. 127 runs in the mini tournament that they had. Strike rate of 141. And there he's away and striking, and that's a good parry. I think that would surely have been four, were it not for the intervention from Zishan Yusuf.
Good stop there. So it was important for both these batsmen to get good bat onto ball, get feeling good, get into some sort of rhythm.
Kleinopunter back on strike. Time that. Well packed offside field. 3 overs of power play here in all of these 10 over a side games, as is customary in the European Cricket Series, and during those power play overs fielding sides allowed 2 men out on the boundary, and the Crusaders here have put both of their fielders on the boundary behind square and behind the bat, long leg and third man, which suggests that they're going to try and bowl a bit shorter than they've managed to do so far. Good to see the batsman running so positively early on. That concludes a slightly rusty first over from Bilal, but one which in terms of run scoring is certainly got away with. We're 1 over down, and Overseas are 6 without loss.
Yeah, nice start, nice steady. Good to see early on for the bowler, the Kookaburra ball swinging. These balls do tend to swing big. The European Cricket Series team were in Barcelona recently, and we saw them swinging big time. And if you can get the ball in the right place, you see there swinging in to the right hander and away to the left. The umpires, we'll give the umpires a shout. Gentleman now standing on strike is Tim Wheeler, and the men in black, the gentleman that's gone to square leg, Amar Sharma.
Fielder who pulled off that nifty stop on the drive in the previous over now comes in to bowl the second over. This is Zishan Yusuf. He was a Crusaders' top wicket taker in their T20 campaign. Not so much about his 8 wickets that mark him out as a skillful bowler, but his economy rate was so good for T20. The meanest of all their bowlers in the domestic league this year managed to send down his overs at a run rate of just 4.9. He's going to pick up to Gericke. Nice line and length straight away. Fancy just a little bit of seam movement away from the right-hander.
It's a good start, wasn't it? Right on the button. It's always a good sign for a bowler if he turns up, turns his arm over, and the first one goes in exactly the right spot.
Fuller this time. These two boys nice and eager between the wicket, running that first one quickly. So a bit of a mention from batting team's captain overseas, Jörg Hershey, who said at the coin toss to Stefan Cooch that he felt that the outfield would be a bit slow. Very early indications suggesting he's right. Nice attempt to be cute by Kleine Punter. To be honest, Rico, I almost feel like I'd rather see him with a really full ball like that, give it the old heave-ho, because there's no one out on the boundary straight.
Yes, at this point, we've got all those infielders around the ring.
He's gone for the big one. Dropped safely. Just notice, when you say they came in the ring there, that actually Crusaders had brought in their third man fielder there, just had the one fielder on the line. I just wonder whether if they kept the third man out, he might have had a chance of running in there for the catch. Gericke back on strike. Now that shouldn't beat the field, doesn't beat the field, but it just plugs in the pitch. I thought for a moment that was going to carry to mid-off.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to do the right thing here now, the batsmen. Obviously they can carry on like this, but the runs are not going to flow. They've got to take the chance in the power play and try and hit over the inner fielders inside this 30-yard circle.
Yeah, they've only got to beat mid-on and mid-off, haven't they? Again, he's got that quite high up the bat. No timing on it. They'll all be used to this pitch. Rico, for at the moment, it is the only cricket pitch in Malta, here at the Master Sports Club. That is imminently going to change with the Malta Cricket Association's opening of their first ground. This is a private ground which is rented by the Malta Cricket Association, but they're building a new ground on the island of Gozo. They are all familiar with this pitch, every single one of the players. So far, the overseas batsman not really middling anything. 2 overs gone and it's 9 without loss.
Yeah, we've got to make the most of this one. This is the last over inside the power play. After this, the field could be spread out and Crusaders will do just that. So really got to try and get on top of the ball. Haven't really seen either one of these batsmen, Kleine Punter or Gericke, attack yet. Hopefully we'll start to see some aerial shots. And there we go.
Beautiful shot. And though the outfield, as you can see, is quite slowing, he just managed to get enough onto that and pierce the infield and get the first boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Good high bat, good positioning, and knew exactly what he was doing. He knows that those fielders are in. And the first boundary of the day, first of many that will be recorded over this European Cricket Series in Malta. Remember, 33 matches in total over 9 days.
Middled that too, and they get a bonus run here, possibly even a couple. See, in your corner of your picture there, Gericke is very quick between the wickets. He was immediately alive to the prospect of 2 runs. But Erdly Chandiral is the miscreant in the field on that occasion. His time no doubt will come. Gericke 6 runs off the first 2 balls. This second over from Bilal, just starting to get a bit of momentum going for overseas. That's Bilal's 3rd wide. His first 2, he pushed down the leg side to the left-handed Kleine Punter. Now he's pushed one too far across the right-hander. but it will have been a while, Rico, since they've had a prolonged bowl, these guys. Better ball. Gericke just deciding to push for the single. They're almost out of power play though. It ends in 3 balls time at the end of the 3rd over. Still, you still got that slip in with a left-hander. Again, it's the 3rd time that Bilal has done that. Pushed it down the leg side against Kleinepunter.
That's a great stop from the wicket-keeper, Mateni. If that went past him, that was going to go all the way down. Good work from him.
It took a little bit of a while to get across, but it was a lovely diving half stop. I think it would have been 4 if he'd missed it. Oh, and he's done it again, and there's that stop again, and he was quicker in moving across that time, your man behind the stumps.
Much quicker this time, right inside the glove. Now the overseas kid, I'm told that they're one of the oldest clubs here in Malta.
Yeah.
They had a mini, so they sort of went dormant for a while and came back strong.
There's a lot of team name changing that goes on in Malta. The team is not necessarily guaranteed to be playing under the same name twice in successive seasons. So if you've known Maltese cricket for some years and you're not sure who overseas are, we can put you in the picture in a moment. It's Bilal, 3rd time in a row, pushes one down the leg side. Kleinepunter is gathering runs happily here without having to do anything. Yeah, they've only been called overseas since their renaissance a couple of years ago, is that right?
That is correct, yeah. And I think that was all to do with them in collaboration with the rugby club, so that was what helped them get rejuvenated.
There we go, he's finally managed to get one in line with the batsman. Not really an LBW shout, of course, as you can see. The ball angling well down the leg side, actually hit the batsman outside leg stump. So if you are familiar with Maltese cricket of more distant past, you may remember clubs called Marauders and St John's Cricket Club and the Gozo Knights Cricket Club, and all of those have now amalgamated into this batting side, into the overseas team. Slightly awkward looking pull. The field setting though, Rico, with the 2 sweepers behind the bat on either side suggests a bowling attack that's going to be a bit shorter. And that's the first really short ball we've seen Bilal send down.
Yes, that's absolutely fair to say. You've seen the ball's been short. Nothing really has been given to drive.
Should just be the single. It's tidily done out on the boundary. And now, well, we have the end of the power play. And overseas have taken an approach we've seen many, many times over the course of 2020 in the European Cricket Series, which we call wickets in hand. 3 overs done. Now 5 fielders can go out on the boundary. No doubt they will. And after the 3 over power play is gone, overseas are 22 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, the happier team would have to be the Crusaders. They've kept the overseas at bay, haven't played too many shots. The only thing they'll be disappointed about at the moment is the extras. They're giving 6 extras away in that total of 22. And to be honest, I don't think they're going to spread this field too much yet, Kit, because until the batsmen really start hitting the ball, I mean, I would be inclined just to keep the pressure on them.
Well, they are inclined that way. So at the moment, with the first change bowler, Ezek Masih, coming on, they haven't changed the field at all. Still just the 2 sweepers. Well, there you go. That would certainly have been a single to the offside sweeper, but extra cover is close enough to cut it off. So your intuition seems right so far. Bilal's 2 overs went for 19, having bowled 2 out of the 3 power play overs. Going under 10 and over is a good outcome for an opening bowler. Massey seems to bowl these very slow, medium leg cutters, just dragging his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball. If we do see it again at some point, we get a replay. Just look at the fingers coming down the left-hand side of the ball. You see, it's almost even a leg break. Just goes back in towards the batsman a touch off the pitch. And you know as well as I do, Rico, on these artificial pitches, a little seam movement is quite a gift. Well, we'll put that LBW appeal down to enthusiasm and happiness to be. A cheery smile from Massey. He knows it isn't really worth a look. There we go, umpire just remembering that it wasn't just an LBW appeal to respond to, but he had to signal his leg by as well. If only the batsman hadn't changed round, that would have been a very decent ball to Kleiner Punter.
Yeah, I get the feeling he's just trying to push through a little bit too quick here, Massey. I think if he just manages to get a little bit of flight rather than push that ball through, he'd be quite a tricky character to deal with. Obviously, he's got to get his line right, but a little bit of flight would be nice to see here.
Well, there you go.
There we go.
Very nicely done. And whipped away by Gericke, which will bring Kleiner Punter back on strike. We formed the impression early on, I think, that where you don't want to bowl to Gericke is short and wide outside the off stump, because those are the two shots he's really middled so far when he's had width. Now Massey is going to have his first bowl as left-hander. For the first time, we see the third boundary rider go out. And that's a much bigger appeal. It's just as senseless as the previous one. You've got to remember you're on television now, guys. You don't want to make yourself look too silly going up for stuff like that. For the scrutiny of the world, I'd save those really big appeals for the close ones.
Double vision, these bowlers. They've seen two sets of stumps down that leg side.
Strike keeps rotating. That's mown across the leg side, and that's out to the fourth boundary rider. Every couple of balls, another one goes out. I should think the Crusaders are pleased that they did stick that deep mid-wicket out for Gericke at the end of that over, because it might otherwise have been 4. So just a single it was. 4 overs gone, still no wickets down. But overseas have sedately made their way up to 28.
Yeah, just 4 overs, as I say, gone, but only just the one boundary. These two batsmen now have to start playing some shots. They've got to start taking the odd risk. This is T10, got wickets in hand, and these overs are going to flow by quickly. So play a few shots, start using your feet, take the odd chance or two. I mean, Gericke, we know about him in the domestic season, 127 runs. He's averaging 43.3 there, and he has scored 250s. But of course, that's T20, and T10 is completely different, and that time will go quickly. Got to play shots here now. Got to be a bit more assertive with the bat.
That's chipped up and safely. Those boundary fielders are now all arrayed. So Gericke can only get the single. And this second change bowler is the man we mentioned earlier on who fumbled at point, Erdly Chandaram. The little seamer, a little bit quicker on the arm. And that is whipped away off the legs for 4 runs.
Very welcome 4 runs as well. We'll see the replay of this. This was a nice shot. Waited for it, rocked back, got right on top of it through the gap. Jokka Hogia, that's very nice. To the applause there, you can see of the overseas camp.
They've done it again. This time forward of square and straight to the sweeper on this occasion. Didn't have to do any running at all, Mohamed Bilal. Kleiner Punter has been a little turgid early on in his innings, but has now found the boundary for the first time. Now, Gericke has gone big. See how the ball just plugs in the turf here. They think about the second and trying to punt sent Gericke back to the non-striker's end there. I think if they'd gone for it and turned blind, they might have made it, but it would have been a risk. Rather feels that they ought to start taking these risks now as we near the halfway point. We know Captain Hershey wanted 100 on the board. Smeared to leg. Again, can't find the gap. Rather an ungainly shot this, but this the kind of slugging that's required at this stage just to get another couple of boundaries.
Yeah, tricky character, I think, the bowler. He's just holding it back, isn't he?
Very sensible. Don't give the batsman any pace. Whoops! Oh, if he'd got anything on that, that would have been 4. No one behind square on the onside. That fielder in the back of your picture, deep square leg, is the last man standing out there.
Yeah, Chandirama just holding the pace off the ball, and once it gets in the right place, you see the batsman standing inside the crease.
Oh, and another opportunity to hit it. I know he's getting wides for it, which is something, but at the moment those wides representing a bit of a consolation prize. Could they get anything on it? And he's got his 4. And Captain Gunnar is he's not changing the field. He's showing confidence that his bowler Chandiram can get his radar right. He only has to drift onto leg again though. And there it is, smacked away, a no ball as well, and that is the first maximum of ECS Malta.
It is indeed, it's the first balle, and that was big, right on cue. This is what these two have to do. It was a full toss in fairness, and he's missed out a couple on the leg side. But not this one, this was full and in the zone. Top shot.
Well, he's had a couple of sighters, balls that were just marginally down the leg side. But that one for Gericke, that was the worst of them. So this boost of 6 runs and the no ball is now followed by a free hit. This is our 4th consecutive attempt to bowl the final ball of this over, and he's gone around the wicket, which is a risky strategy. Down leg again and mown away for 4 more. What a great end to the over for overseas. They've got some momentum going now. When the batsman's hit you over square leg for 6, you're a brave man to switch to right arm round. And that is a gorgeous shot, bisecting the 2 fielders. And suddenly, everything's accelerated now. 21 runs off the over. And overseas are back in business halfway through the innings, and they're now 49 without loss.
Yeah, Gurkha there, some nice shots. Good way to finish the over. He's on 27 now of his 18 balls. And he's hit 2 4s, and the only 6 of the match as well. And a big one it was as well.
We're getting a little bit of a taste there of what Gericke can do when he's in. 27 off 18. That's a launching pad now. Kleiner punter 10 off 13. So we're going to see the second over from Ezak Masih.
Well, he's continuing to ask a question. The ball going down the leg side. And of course the umpires, the men in black, just shake their head and say no. Just looking at the field set here. Crusaders, I would have thought they may have wanted to strengthen the leg side to the left-hander now, but still just the 1 man out on the boundary. Oh, that's good work. Top fielding, got down low. Got the dive in as well.
It's the captain himself, isn't it? It's Michael Gunnar.
Nicely done. Did take the single, so to the right-hander. Once more, just opting for the square leg and mid-wicket on the boundary. Well bowled.
Just got this little bit of movement from right to left, hasn't he, Masih?
That's nicely played, waited for it. Fielder does get across. Batsman will take 2. Didn't pick it up cleanly, the fielder patrolling the offside boundary. But nice shot, got into position well, didn't try to hit it too hard and guided it down. Nice use of the feet.
And I tell you what, Rico, that's really good running between the wickets as well, because I don't think the batsman decided to take 2 on the misfield there. I reckon it was head down, we're taking 2 whatever happens here, which is got to be the right medicine.
Drifting again, all the bowlers just seem to be struggling with the line a little bit. Massey here again, gets the first ones nicely wicket to wicket, and then just losing his line to the right-hander, and he knows not to put it there because Henrik will latch onto it. And then he goes too far outside the off stump, struggling a little bit with the line here, Kit.
Left-hand, right-hand combination is, I mean, it's a hackneyed, it's almost a cliche, isn't it? Ooh, it's a good idea to open the batting with a left-hand, right-hand. But you're seeing here full evidence that it's causing problems for the bowlers. They just can't settle into any line at all. None of them have been able to master it. When Massey starts to lose his line, he's really the last one to go. You see? But again, they've got in his head, these wides. He's sent a couple far too wide of the right-handed batsman outside his off stump, and his solution to that has been to switch to right arm round the wicket, and it isn't really going to work. Again, he's only got to pop it on leg stump, and he'll go round the corner again. And shall I say it or you, Rico?
You can say it.
You see the replay on this one. What he's done is he's taken LBW out of the equation. Now I think this might very well have just hit leg stump. Well, maybe not, but once the ball pitches outside leg stump, it's irrelevant anyway.
It's nicely played. It'll be a run for the fielder. Will they come back for 2? That's good running. Decided straight away. Once he made contact, that was going to be 2. Good early shout. 2 taken. Yeah, you do see that a lot, though, as that over comes to an end, where bowlers, when they're struggling, decide that coming around the wicket is going to help. I don't really know how it does. I don't really understand the mindset. If you're struggling and you're bowling down the leg side to come round the wicket, you're just going to continue to do so.
Yeah, round the wicket's got to be. It's your option for bowling well. It's not. I don't think round the wicket is it really regarded by many bowlers as something you need to do in order to improve your lines. It's more of an attacking option when you've already got it. Now they've decided not to go with Chandraram's second over yet. First over went for 21. I wonder if we will see him deep in the innings. But instead we're going to see the 5th bowler, Jojo Thomas. And he's a bit of an unknown quantity, Jojo Thomas, because he didn't actually make any appearance at all in the T20 League this summer. It's his first competitive match of 2020, and we're nearly out of 2020.
We're nearly out of 2020. Well, it looks like he's going to bowl a bit of spin. I'll just have a look at the field again. So once more, looking at we've got the 2 men that are out on the offside to the left-hander, just the one on the leg, and a very sort of wide, fine leg. It's tickled away, fine leg has to come across. They do go for 2. He's going to have to hurry. Now the ball thrown to the keeper's end. If he had an arm on him and fired that through to the bowler's end, it could have been interesting.
Well, I thought that was great running again. It was. See, they almost fooled the batsman there. Thought the throw was coming in, but it was wonderful running. That was all about Kleiner Punter. Gericke was quite happy just to settle for the single, but Kleiner Punter caught him straight away.
Yeah, now Kleiner Punter now here, kid. I would imagine he's got to set off and try and play some shots now.
Yeah, 13 or 16, you bet he has.
Oh, he could be close. No. We'll see this again. I'm not sure.
A couple of the fielders were sort of thinking about talking about the replay. They don't actually have a DRS here, but they were suggesting it was close. I don't think it was. No, I don't reckon that was I reckon that was too close. It was a good throw, even better stop, but the umpire has made a good call there.
Yeah, Garike is running so well, isn't he? And he's backing up. He's brilliant. Any youngsters watching, well, that's the way you need to be backing up.
Oh, it's nearly halfway down the pitch.
Yeah, just absolutely. A bit of Andre, Iba, as they say. Mr. Speedy Gonzalez.
Watch how he comes out the trap Stace. He's already several paces down.
Hit down the ground. Will be again 2 runs. Just seeing there that the outfield, because of some of the rain we've had overnight the last few days, still a little bit slow. Henrik now moving along nicely. 33 now. That's a nice shot. He's picked that up beautifully. What a lovely hit that was. Manos arriba, arbitro. This is nice. Nicely played indeed.
He's had lots of width to get underneath, didn't he? Yeah, hands up. Funny sort of shot though. His hands never got above about thigh height. Just swung the bat across the line low. There it is again.
This time they do settle for the single, playing that one into the ground. So Henrik now moves into the 40. Going down the leg, says the ump. Once more. And that's the end of the over. So, the end of the 7th over. It's 69 without loss. So, Kit, at this stage, 69, 3 to go. You've got to be looking to push on to around about 110, 120.
Yeah, 110 would be doable. We know, because their captain was so honest at the coin toss, that Hershey has told them he thinks it's got to be 100 plus. They accelerated at just the right time. They really didn't use their power play so well, Kleinepunter and Gericke, but since then they've tucked in very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Kleinepunter is still, 14 of 18 balls in T10. It's a little bit slow, but this is a format of the game that's probably relatively new to these guys. And don't forget, they're right back on again, aren't they? The same fixture. They're playing again this afternoon, starting at 12 o'clock. So this is also all about a learning process. They're seeing how each other play. Probably the overseas batsmen are having a good look at all the bowlers. And I think it's going to be a completely different game. We'll not go too far of ourselves. See this one through first. That's nicely bowled in the right areas. Good lift, good bounce.
Now,
Zishan back in.
Zishan bowled his first over for 3 runs, which was the cheapest of the innings so far. But what seeing Zishan now means, we're still pushing, we're kicking this second Erdly Chandaram over down the road.
He's gone. That's good to see from the batsman. He knows he's nicked it. Enrique, that's well bowled, similar ball to the one before. This time taking the edge, good carry through to the wicket keeper. So he's on his way.
Just a little movement off the seam here, a little leg cutter. Watch how it bounces. Just keeps its line, straightens, and a thickish top edge. Click on the way through, and nice to see a batsman walking on television.
So the first wicket goes down, and that's going to be interesting because we were saying about they want to get to about 110 from here, but the man who's doing all the hitting and playing all the shots, Enrique Gericke, he's now gone 40 of 27 balls, so somebody else has got to step up and play some shots.
And it could be this man, Daniel Cleverton. At least he's away first ball. Can't expect a man to middle his very first shot after warming his pads for 7 overs. But he's off the mark his first ball on television, and I tell you, It will make him feel a whole lot better.
Punta gets good shot in there, gets in line well, they'll push for 2 and they will get them.
Decent opening partnership they had put on. 69, Gericke finally went. So just the wrong moment really for overseas.
Good peel. It's worth a shot, that one. But still just pitching outside the line of leg stump.
I don't think they've had a single LBW appeal so far that has gone beyond the first question, did it pitch outside leg stump or not?
It's gone through the infielder. We'll take the single. Just keeping the strike rotated, the left and right hand combination once more in play. But, well, what overseas need to do now here is push on. Another over comes to an end. We've seen the first wicket go down in that over and the score moving on to 73 for 1. 2 overs to go.
Again, Yusuf has bowled a very handsome over. His 2 overs have gone for just 7. And he's made the only breakthrough. That's a really terrific effort. We're still not going to see Chandiram's second over. They're going to keep that, I suppose, for number 10. Jojo Thomas is going to bowl his other over now.
Well, good running. I mean, it wasn't picked up cleanly by the fielder. But Daniel Kiverton gets to the other end well. And from this end now, he'll be hoping to make good contact and get a few boundaries registered for himself and for his team to push on now, go for the 100+ mark. So running the first one very quick. This is very good running, but in the end, it was Kain Punta saying no, stay where you are. They'll take a single. Well bowled, he held that one back, just getting the inside edge of the left-hander's bats. Take a single once more. This is very clever bowling, varying the pace all the time.
It'd be interesting to find out in due course why Jojo Thomas didn't make any appearances this summer. Of course, this is amateur cricket, so there could be all kinds of reasons. He's certainly looking the part as the team's main spin bowler. Just can't seem to get him away with any urgency. And I wonder, Rico, whether the captain Michael Gunatileka might be so encouraged by this. I don't think he might bowl himself as a spinner, the 10th over. He's got a good economy rate in the 2020 tournament.
Yeah, why not? When you see how effective the spin and the slower bowling has been on this pitch. Certainly if you're sat out there and you're also the captain, you'd have to say to yourself, yeah, why not? Why not have a go?
Well, they've got to make up this 10th over from somewhere. Chandiram's 2020 economy is 9.9. He went for 21 in his first over. Gunatileka's 2020 economy rate is 6.7. And he was the second highest wicket taker in the league. So I might back him to come on and bowl the 10th over himself.
Starting wide, that's going over the top. There's going to be a chase on. They get there just before 2 runs will be taken. Better shot, a little bit more intent there. Used his feet, lofting it over the infielders, but just not with this soggy outfield there towards the boundary rope. The ball just stopping inside. 2 taken to end the 9th over. The score moves on to 81. The 1 wicket down. So we shall see who's going to come on and bowl this, the final over.
Where would you go, Rico?
I would keep the pace off it. Anybody's going to flight it up. We've got the field set. They're not really hitting the ball to the boundary. So yeah, just keep turning that screw.
Well, we're both wrong. as it turns out, Gunnar Tileka has decided that he is going to stick with Edley Chandaram.
Well, starting with the wide, and that's always the danger, isn't it? When you're going with the pace bowler. I mean, don't forget Adley Chandaram. He's bowled the 5th over, so he's had a break now, and he's coming back. So he's got cold again, and now he's still got the same problem as before. He's got left and right hand. Better from him. Only a single.
Yeah, that was a good ball. There is that old saying, isn't there, that you should always do what the batting side least want you to do, and this is the bowler they would have chosen from the options that we suggested. The pressure very much on Chandaram in this situation. Well, that was a good ball too in the circumstances. He bowled a little short, but it was quite slow. Actually, in the end, Overton just got under it really and couldn't get any power. So after that wide to start the 10th over, we've had a couple of singles. Chandaram will be a little more settled in his feelings and thoughts.
He's hit that well, it's gone in the air. Just once more, you see there, it hits the ground and just stops. They will come back for 2. Well, unfortunately, I think the ball ricocheting off the batsman running in to the non-strikers end, Daniel Cleverton. It hits him on the pad. If it had missed him, it could have gone through for maybe they may have taken a 3rd. But in the end, it's 2. It's gone in the air, shout of catch. Fielder quite happy just to allow it to drop in front of him and not allow the ball to go to the boundary. 2 more taken.
Yeah, it's all been chanceless, hasn't it, so far? With a couple of balls to go. No catches offered other than the snick behind which was taken. Nothing shelled. No close LBWs. One worthwhile run-out shout that on the umpire gave a swift decision, which was very clearly correct on the replay.
That's hit very well indeed, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. Well, Kenny Punta hit that very well. Probably the shot of the day so far, I would say. He got into position, cracked it from the middle of the bat, finds the fielder waiting for it.
His hands are so low when he plays across the line. And he hits it almost like a bullet. There's nothing aerial on it at all, so it goes so fast.
Once more to the fielder, good pick up, good throw.
Yeah, normally you might chastise a batsman for not trying to go for a second run for the last ball of the innings, but Niverton there, he was up for it. But the throw was so good, you wouldn't blame him for regaining his ground, because he would certainly simply have been run out. And that concludes an innings that threatened in the middle overs, but was just kept quiet again at the last. 89 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first game. They're just getting the feel of this new T10 format. The outfield's a bit slow. So 89, I mean, it's not by far the lowest score, but we've seen scores lower than that defended. So they've done the job. They've put the runs on the board. And now it's down to the Crusaders to go out and get them. Just talk you through some of the highlights. Early on, we're seeing a lot of swing there. Mohammed Bilal. We got it in the right places, getting that ball to swing in and away to both the left and right batsmen. Nice boundary hit there early on from Kinapunta, but to be fair, he did dry up a little bit. Towards the end of the innings, he picked up 26 of 28 balls in T10. It's really too slow. And Rick Garike, on the other hand, was playing some nice shots anytime there was anything loose. But he went in the end. Well bowled there from Zishan Yusuf. And that was quite bad timing really, because that was just when he was getting going. So the batting card there, Carl Kinapunta, was not out. 26 of 28. He hit 1-4, no sixes to his name. Henrik Garike, well, a good knock from him. 40, 27 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. He was out at a crucial stage. I think if he had stuck around, the 110 probably would have been on. And Daniel Keverton there, well, he came in, faced 6 balls, got 7 runs. Very difficult for a batsman coming in to be firing straight away. The bowlers, Mohamed Bilal, 2 overs, 19 runs wicketless. Zishan Yusuf took the only wicket, bowled very economically. Just the 7 runs and the wicket of his 2 overs. Izaz Nasir, he bowled okay, 2 for 12. Elderly Chandirami was probably the most expensive. 2 overs, 30 runs, but he did bowl too many extras as well. And Hoho Thomas there at the end, 2 for 19. A good performance. They'll be happy with what they've achieved there in the field. And now, of course, it's all about how they apply themselves and go out and chase these runs down. It's not the biggest chase that they'll have, but they've still got to plan themselves mentally in the right frame of mind. Sometimes these lower chase games, batsmen can go out thinking that they're going to get there quickly and make too many mistakes, and that then puts the pressure on to the lower order batsmen. Anyway, we shall take a short break now, and myself and Kit will be right back with you in a moment. So for now, we'll be back. Put the kettle on, make yourself a nice cup of coffee, because that's what Rika Floor is about to do. Thank you very much, and see you in a moment.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome back here to the Malta Sports Club in the capital city Valletta here in Malta. Malta's European Cricket Series is now underway, and the umpires are striding out to the middle. And the two teams involved here, the Crusaders, the Overseas Cricket Club. Southern Crusaders and Overseas both came third in their groups in the Malta 2020 Domestic League this summer. So you might not call these two teams fancied as favourites to get into the final, but they certainly will both be very keen and enthusiastic for a chance of at least getting into the semis. But seeing as they play each other twice today, back to back, this game then immediately another, a couple of wins for one of the sides will give them a very good start in the league table. Well, the team in light blue you can see coming out is the Overseas Cricket Club, and they took a wickets in hand approach and scored 89 for 1. And the batsman coming out now from the Southern Crusaders. Well, from what we've seen in European Cricket Series over the months, you'd say that chasing 90 ought to be doable. Batsman on strike is Zishan Yusuf, who has already bowled a couple of lovely cheap overs. He took 1 for 7, easily the pick of the bowlers. He's just inspecting the field at the moment. And the captain, who we thought was going to bowl, but decided not to in the end. Michael Guniteleki is the non-striker, with 69 on his shirt. And the opening bowler is going to be the spinner. The captain himself, Jörg Hershey, often likes to open in white ball cricket with a 3-over power play. It's a brave move. It's an attacking move, certainly. He took 11 wickets in the short T20 season for Overseas, with just an economy of 6. So he knows what he's doing. Your European Cricket Network commentators, me, Kit Harris, alongside me, Rico Full, and here goes Hershey first up. Little bit of off break, and oh, just a finger on it to stop it. What would have been a certain 4. Outstanding bit of work there from Matthew Towns.
Yeah, what a beautiful dive that was, and yeah, that was going all the way to the boundary. These boundaries, people are asking. You can join in the chat as well on Sports Flick.
Cut, and again a good shot that would be 4. Finds the fielder, that's Sean Byrne at a point. He's a wicket keeper sometimes, he's not used to wearing no gloves. But, my goodness me, that was hit hard.
This time's hit in the air and he's gone. The first wicket goes down. Just was wide outside the off stump, and he's trying to hit that down into the gap. We watch here, he's got it in the air. You've seen just there the shot before, that was well fielded. That put pressure on him, I think. He wanted to get runs from the bat, playing that shot in the air. Catch taken, first wicket goes down. We'll see a replay of that coming up soon, I'm sure.
Oh, he quite missed it, in fact. He gets through his over so quickly, Jörg Hershey, that he was through his action and into the ball before we had got off the highlights there. But we know that the wicket has gone, and that Michael Guniteleki has been dismissed, caught by Lee Tuck for a 0. New batsman is the wicketkeeper Gaurav Maitani. So 2 captains have faced off in a fleeting of moments. And Jörg Hershey has taken his first televised wicket without technically actually having it televised. So the poor man has nothing for the family album. I'm sure he'll take wickets again. But the good news is that Michael Guniteleki's first televised dismissal is also not available. So he won't mind. And Maitani is also off the mark with a single. Well, and there you may not have seen the ball in question, but there you can at least see from the score why Jörg Hershey is such an effective bowler, bowling spin in the power play. 1 over gone, 90 to win, He's got rid of the captain and top run scorer of the domestic season, Michael Gunitilecki, and the Crusaders are 2 for 1.
What a great start for them. And it just the rewards of bowling a good line. I mean, you see the batsmen are trying to get off the mark. They play some good shots, but to fielders, well, that great bit of fielding in front of us, I mean, stopping the boundary and taking a single. He'll take some credit. It's in the air again.
And it's taken. Another one. Well, they know what they're doing, don't they, the overseas? Again, the spinner. That's Andy Nordy. And just floated it up. Little bit of an off break. In fact, it was the arm ball to start with. And Jörg Hershey has only just stopped bowling and taken himself off to extra cover, and he's held the catch neatly. So this is a pretty disastrous start. Gaurav Maitani has gone for just a single.
This is what you see so often, isn't it, Kit? In the mind is not a big score. And the batsmen are going out there trying to play the shots and finding that it's not so easy. It's not so easy when there's no pace on the ball to get the ball away. 2 wickets down already. 2 for 2.
Taking his leg stump guard there is Gopal Thakur. Already down to number 4. Crusaders are 2 for 2. A disastrous start. Here's Naudi again. Just down the leg side there, drifting down the leg side, and so I suppose it must just have come off the pad because no wide has been signalled. Look at the spring that Andy Naudi's got in his step now. Getting that early wicket on television. In the air again, this time it is over the top, and it will be a chase for the fielder. Oh, that's very nicely pulled off from Sean Byrne. Great slide. We saw a good stop from him at point, and now a nice bit of boundary fielding as well. They're such good fielders, the wicket keepers, even when they're in the outfield. Look at that textbook slide, pick up and throw. Andy Naudi will be very pleased that was reeled in. Only went for 2. But at least that gets Thakur off the mark. Should be the single. That's right in the gap there. They're looking really zesty, the overseas club. 2 early wickets, 2 decent bats gone. 2 spinners opening the bowling in the power play. Now that also should be out. Again, it's the captain Hershey under it, and he's held it. 3 gone, 2nd wicket for Naudi. It was an over-ambitious shot given the situation. And Crusaders, well, it's a disaster for them now. 5 for 3.
Yes, I mean, this is just pressure. Wickets falling, he's got to play his shots. And there he got it, in fairness, got into the right position. But look at the head. Head went up in the air, so did the ball. And a comfortable catch taken. This is great stuff here.
So that is Zishan Yusuf out of the way. Just the one to him. It's all going very, very badly wrong. Tried to hit his 2nd ball for 6. New batsman now is Ryan Bastians.
Yeah, I mean, that scorecard, well, just take a look at it. Zishan, well, he stuck around, but, well, only 2 balls and he's gone. Michael Gunatelli went for 0.
And that is very high. It won't be a chance. Just dropping over the boundary for 6. So well, they're not afraid to go for the big shots here. It's an extraordinary over, really, in the circumstances. That ball just biffed away. That was Thakur back on strike. Actually, a perfect shot. But what a shot to play with your team 5 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to take lead here, haven't they, Kit? I mean, somebody's got to go out there and say, right, okay, I know we're in trouble, 3 wickets are gone, but if one of us can get in, play some shots, put a bit of pressure on the field here, then this game's certainly on, and that's what they need. Need somebody to stick around there, occupy the crease for about 4 or 5 overs, build a partnership, and the runs will come.
So 2 overs down, 11 on the board, 2 for 9, Andy Nowdy's first over, and of course Jörg Hershey returns for his second over. 1 for 2 off his first. Absolutely no question whatsoever that he would bowl the third over in the power play. It's the first time I can recall seeing all 3 power play overs bowled by spinners, and it well, some days you might say it's quite a gamble, but it's paid off, that's for sure. Hershey again down the ground, and that will be 4. Very nicely played, half volley, a little bit flatter and fuller from Hershey on this occasion, and decent swing of the bat by the left-handed Bastians. It's his first ball. No problem at all, bisecting the 2 fielders who were at mid-off and mid-on. Bastianich is on strike, a left-hander. And well, Hershey won't mind too much if he's going to try and play his shots here. Down the leg side, did it hit the pad? That would take the wide out of the equation. Yes, well, the umpire will wait before not signalling, so yes, it did hit the pad. Although Hershey hasn't got his line right 6 balls out of 6, he's provided such tempters that the batsmen are still going after him, and this also is sliced away. They'll come back for the second comfortably enough. But again, I don't think Hershey is going to mind this. So apart from the 6 in the previous over and the 4 to open this over, we haven't seen convincing shots. Bless you. Oh, there could have been a very, very good international standard wicketkeeper. You'd call that a stumping chance. That would be the meanest possible criticism in the circumstances. Just watch the batsman's back foot here. Comes out, the keeper, well, he slid as well. It's his slippery.
These 2 batsmen are certainly taking on the charge. They both can play the shot. This is an important period of play.
Fizzing it through a bit quicker there, Hershey. You don't want to do that too much, skipper. I think he wants to toss it up here and see if he can't get the ball hit high for his second wicket. A little bit of an in-ducker there, sort of arm ball. He doesn't just have the off break then. He has one that swings along gently, and that concludes a tidy spell from Captain Hershey. 8 runs off his second over, so he's managed to concede in the power play, bowling slow, just 10 runs off his 2 overs, and that in itself something of a marvel. 3 overs gone, 19 for 3.
Yeah, just showing his quality, isn't he, Hershey? I mean, that's why he's one of the top takers, wicket takers, that is, in the domestic league. In the Summer League, he was the second highest wicket taker, taking 11 wickets of the 5 games there, and he's got a very good strike rate as well, 10.91, and you can see why there he gets wickets.
Now, in the previous innings, when the Crusaders were bowling, we said hello for the first time this season to Jojo Thomas with the ball, who turned out, in spite of no one having seen him in the leagues, to be a very decent little off-spinner. Well, now we're going to see Matthew Towns for the Overseas Cricket Club, and he didn't appear in the 2020 Domestic League either. He's going to bowl first change. Seamers. I don't want to jinx him before he does anything, but he certainly looks like a real cricketer. Well built for a seam bowler. Going to be bowling to the man who hit the 6, Gopal Thakur. Well, how about the swing? He's managed to get the Kookaburra to talk on that occasion. Big hooping outswing. Short and wide though, first ball. Tucker only able to get a single.
Yeah, you can see his stance, Tucker. He's standing well outside the leg stump, and he's just basically showing his intent to the bowler, saying, well, anything that you pitch in this zone, I'm going to go after it.
You get one to swing back into the stumps here. It'll be a handful though. Ooh, down the leg side. Great ball to a right-hander. I think we can let Matthew Towns off for that one though, because it is mid-November and he hasn't bowled in the summer. What's impressive is that he's able to get so much swing. If he can get one on target, it should be effective. Oh dear, well he's tried to go outside off stump there and just the ball's just popped out the side of his fingers.
Yeah, you can see what he was trying to do there. He's getting good movement, good swing, so he's just trying to aim that one just across the left-hander, just outside the off stump, so it swings in, but just got that wrong. That just carried on going straight, wide ball.
It's early in the tournament. Always allowed a couple of wides in your first game. There you go, that movement! That started on middle and off. Swung down the leg side, and one of the great unfairnesses of cricket, he's going to be penalised a wide there, and that was an absolute jaffer to a right-hander. And another wide because the batsman managed to run while the fielder was picking the ball up. And all that goes down in the book as Matthew Towns having sent down a bad ball. No justice. Wait, he could reprise that ball to a right-hander, he'll do well. Oh no, there's the good ball to the left-hander. Oh dear. Finally bowled the perfect ball to left-handed bat and the batsman had changed round.
Yeah, he's got to, just as he walks back to his mark, just get his thinking cap on and say, okay, come on. Maybe he's relying too much on the swing helping his line out. Just get the ball in the right areas.
Question is, does he here go across the seam and just try and bowl accurately? Give up his gift of swing? No, he doesn't. He's sticking to going for the swinger there, and we're by degrees getting towards the good ball that he obviously can bowl. And, assuming that he's just rusty and cold in this first over, I quite like the look of Matthew Towns, and I think he could have a good tournament when he gets warmed up. So that ball has kept low for the keeper there. It's going to be a wide again. It was very pacey as it went through to the keeper, but he was unsighted by the batsman, has parried it to square leg.
Yeah, and you can see, I think it's always a good indication when the keeper's getting to it and the ball is thumping the gloves and going away, that the ball is continually moving as even the keeper's getting there. That's why the ball's not going into the gloves. So he's doing some good work behind the stumps there. It's not easy.
It's going to be another wide. That's a sixth wide in the over. He's about a full over's worth of wides, which have gone for a total of 8 runs, because 2 of them were run on. We're still only 2 legal deliveries into this over, which is a pity for Towns. And now I think it genuinely might be a good idea to bowl across the seam and just make sure that you're hitting the right line and length, and then bring the swing back. That's an okay ball, top of leg stump, just tucked away for the single.
It's also quite difficult, isn't it, for the batsman? If you're a batsman, you know that the bowler at the other end is a reasonable bowler. He's just not getting it right. A lot of extras, a lot of wides, you lose your concentration. Then all of a sudden you get one right on the money and you've got to react quickly to it. So it's not easy for the batsman either.
Umpire's getting as much exercise as anyone else right now. There's a nice ball from Towns. Wonder if he did go, if we could just see a replay of that, we might be able to tell whether he did go across the seam on that occasion, because there wasn't any swing. So let's watch his hand coming over. Now he's staying with his swing. That's a sign of a classy player, though, isn't it? You back yourself to get it right. Just got a little tickle on that leg glance, but we've got a fielder at short fine leg. Just started to control the swing in the last couple of balls now, Matthew Towns. I fancy he's actually just reined in his top pace a little bit. A couple of the wides he bowled earlier in this over were really quite pacey. There's another, you see, proper English swing bowler, isn't he? And you can if you just put a left-handed or right-handed batsman in against some of these balls, Rico, you'd say they were really good cherries, but he just can't get it right to the left-hand, right-hand batsman at the moment, can he?
No, and this partnership between these two has moved on to now 28 runs, courtesy of quite a few extras, has to be said.
Good ball, and no chance for the fielder on the boundary. It's been picked up and dispatched 6 quicker than the special delivery. Full swing of the arms, right in the slot. And, well, I don't know quite what we're going to make of Mr. Towns. I hope he gets chances again. But, in spite of all his skills, that first over of his has gone for 18. And there were 13 balls in the over. That's a sad sight for a talented man. 4 overs gone, 37 for 3. And the key bit is here, having been in a disastrous 11 for 3, Southern Crusaders suddenly need 53 from 36. So you look at that equation alone, that's a great position.
Yeah, very good. And these two hitting the ball well, especially Ryan Ricky.
Lee Tuck is the new bowler.
Lee Tuck, of course, plays a big part, doesn't he, in Cricket Malta? He's the tournament director and has been very, very key in getting everything organised here.
That one has sat up, though, short and wide outside the off stump. So just going to concede 2 there, and a great throw on the boundary. What a brilliant effort. Raced back for the second and made it. Let's look at that pick up and throw. Absolutely cracking from Sean Byrne. He's turning into a real favourite. It's the 3rd time he's pulled off a good stop. 1 in the infield, 2 on the outfield. Thakur has come back for the second. 51 from 35 now needed.
Yeah, that was quite lazy running from the 2 batsmen there. I mean, they didn't even think about the second until the fielder actually had the ball in his hand. Complete contrast to what the overseas were doing when they were out there.
What we really need to do now is just keep it calm and run it around. They've suddenly got the momentum back. Oh, why did he hit it? That would have been a lovely wide just to add in the book there. I'm surprised that they've got away without calling that a no ball. They haven't called it a no ball, have they?
No, nothing's called. No signal from either one of the umpires. Well,
no, that's not. I think that's not a no ball. That's wait.
That's wait.
Don't bowl yet.
That's just all about waiting. Now this could be interesting because Bastani is looking good. Now that has to be a no ball, surely.
Certainly is. Cracked away for 4. Easy as you like. It's funny, isn't it, how often this delivery that's a high full pitcher is considered to be dangerous, and consequently you get a no ball and a free hit, but actually more often than not there's nothing dangerous about that unless you're sitting in a chair on the boundary. Nevertheless, here's the free hit. Tuck switching to around the wicket. Oh, that's a nice slow Yorker. What a good ball. Very difficult to get that away unless you knew it was going to come.
Yeah, good recovery from him. I mean, he's bowled 2 shockers, got away with the first one, which would have been a wide. Batsman got back to it, and the no ball hit for 4. Needed a good one to come back, he did. He's feeling the pressure here. These two taking this game away from them. One chip at a time.
Now, can you tell me, Rico, why Lee Tucker's persevered in bowling round the wicket on that occasion? Because I'm not sure I can.
No, I mean, we see a lot of this. We saw a lot of it in the Barcelona European Cricket Series there as well. A lot of bowlers, if they didn't get it right coming over the wicket, automatically went to round, and it didn't make it any better at all. So now the only thing that could be on this particular pitch, maybe it's wetter on coming over the wicket, and the bowlers are getting their footing wrong. I mean, it does look damper there, doesn't it?
It does. No, that's a good ball. That is a very good ball. He bowled the slower outswinging Yorker, which was the in-swinger to the left-hander for the free hit, and he's pulled it out again there, and it's gone just inside the wide line.
And of course, it could be his shades. Maybe the shades aren't right. Maybe he's got the wrong ones on today for this slightly overcast.
Bunted away.
day.
Should be four, and is. He's getting the ball to swing round corners here. And you see this again. I know it ended up being a terrible full toss, but it's quite a curveball that Lee Tuck can bowl. When he gets it right, it will be tricky to face. Unfortunately, so far, he's got it wrong. 12 wickets in the T20 tournament. Oh, he nearly did it that time. That's what we're talking about. How can you call that a wide? Oh dear, oh dear. Now we see the secret of Lee Tuck. Clearly this is what it's about. He bowls these crazy, slow, hooping deliveries. 12 wickets in the 2020 Domestic League. Top wicket taker for Overseas Cricket Club. He could just sneak it behind the batsman's leg. He's got a snick on it. There is a short third man. Well, Lee Tucker is going to be quite fun to watch, I think, bowling, because that's his first over of the tournament. I've no doubt that he can bowl a lot better than that, and will, as the series goes on. It's been quite expensive though in that over, of course. 16. And now Crusaders are cruising somewhat. Halfway through, 53 for 3, and they need 37 off 30 balls from here.
Yeah, and these two batsmen, when they came together, they were in all sorts of trouble. So wickets falling, 5 for 3. So approaching the 50-run partnership, and both of them hitting the ball very well.
And this is absolutely the right thing to do, I think, here, is to bring Andy Nowdy back on for his second over. He took 2 wickets off top edges in his first over, the second of the innings. If you can get another one out here, it will be very timely. Oh, could have got a snick there, Rico.
Yeah, swing and a miss. Quite interesting. I quite often you see the third man quite in. He's almost like gully. But when the ball's still going to that position and they're taking the single, you've got to question what the purpose of having that man there is. And we've seen that a few times. Now you either, if you want him there for the wicket, you either bring him in closer and put the pressure on the batsman, so he's not only is he stopping the single, but is also in the catching position. Batsman having a chat. I mean, at the moment, they'll just be saying, look, let's just keep going with the way we are. If we stay together, let's take us to our first victory, the European Cricket Series here in Malta. First points on the board, maybe.
Leg break. Hasn't worked.
It hasn't worked, no. I mean, credit to the batsman. It was floated up. He didn't get excited, waited, stepped back, put it away.
Yes, a nice idea, but it does just sit up. It's one of those concrete pitches. It doesn't have the sand and aggregate underneath it. It's really just a carpet on concrete. So if you're going to bowl a leg break, you've got to skid it through quite quick, and even fractionally short of a length as that was, it just sits up like a tennis ball. And Thakur is playing an innings now that's as streamlined as his helmet. 23 off 18. He's turning it around quite quickly in Crusaders' favour.
Yes, he is. Both of these batsmen now have hit 2 4s and 1 6. Thakur is coming good. Firm shot. Bowler does well to get something on it. Keeps it to a single. Shaka continuing. When he came in, he takes a leg stump guard and then stands well outside that leg. But he does well, gets his feet in the right position. He's got keeps his head very straight, sees the ball very well. He's got a good eye. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's always going to be a wide, but then very little bounce. And superb effort there from the fielder, but it's gone all the way through. Well, Gerald Sant did everything he could. Watch this, just hits the deck there and no bounce at all.
Yeah, that is not the keeper's fault. He's just gone for his little in-swinging arm ball there.
And the result of it, of course, because it's also called a wide. 5 wides, that's not going to help overseas cause at all. Southern Crusaders racing away here. They'll come back for 2, will they? They again take the first one very casually. Eventually they come back.
More good work from Sean Byrne. It's very difficult to field out on that particular part of the boundary in front of the pavilion because the outfield is particularly poor in that area.
Oh, he's lofted this. Balle, balle, balle. Over the top it goes. 6 more runs. That's a good shot. Osita, let's just say here in Malta. Lovely shot. Look at the footwork. Beautiful. And he plays that so well. Keeps his head immaculately straight. And then there comes the arms with that nicely angled forearm. Beautiful shot. Top shot to end the over. 60. No. Just wait on me to give you the update of the score. Well, overseas now, probably running out of ideas what they can try.
Well, 73 for 3 at the end of 6 overs. So just 17 now required for victory.
And they're making a change here. David Marks coming into bowl. Now David Marks also, he's had a good domestic season. He's taken 6 wickets. He's one of the top bowlers. Good strike rate, 12.71. They need him to perform here now. And well, you know, T10 is that sort of game. A couple of wickets and everything changes. Makes a nice start, nice little jump hop as he delivers there. And well, his team will be pleased that he started with the ball right on line with the stumps. No extras. They can't afford to give any more extras here now.
He's going to need a miracle though, David Marks. He's a tidy bowler, but I'm not sure he's a miracle worker. Runs and balls are in the worst kind of balance at the moment in the equation for overseas. Just had a bit of a nightmare with controlling the swing. That's what it's come down to. The spinners bowled well. 2 swing bowlers, Tuck and Towns, have had trouble controlling it today.
Doing well, these two. It's they're both hitting the ball very well, but they're not shying away from taking the singles, which is good. So they're rotating the strike as well. And of course, we've mentioned already, when you've got left and right hand combination, it's very useful. It does help throw not just the line off the bowlers, but also the fielders. The fielders have to remember to move in the right places, and anything that's there in there for them to play the attacking shot they're playing it. That's short, that's well bowled, well. A nice bit of bounce there. Being signalled a wide. That surprises me a little bit. It's obviously deciding that this is going to go over, or had gone over the head of the batsman. Let's see this again. Well, okay, fair call.
I think so.
Well, that's hit middle of the bat. It's gone all the way over. Ginna Badda Shaka attempted there of a crowd catch going down. This was a top quality shot once more. Look at that. Feet in the right place, getting right underneath the ball and sending it. Good hit. And these two are now cruising away. Remember, came together with 3 wickets down for 5 runs. It'll be a wide ball just straying down the leg side, David Marks. And that takes a lot of character for two guys going in there. Everything's falling apart around you. It's the first game live, broadcasted live to our global cricket family around the world. Pressure's on. They've dealt with it beautifully. That's very well bowled. Right in the block hole. Probably haven't seen too many balls like that. Too many that have been well pitched up in the block hole. And when you have got a batsman like Sakhar, who does bat quite a way down the leg side, he's always leaving space open for the Yorker to come in. If you can get it right, you can try and get through that one. He's strayed, but batsman does get a bit of pad on it. If he hadn't have done so, it would have been another wide ball. It would have been another one to go with the extras. The extras now 20, and that's something else that's really cost them. All the bowlers struggling with their line. And 20 runs when you're defending 89, it's not going to help you. Once again, straying on the leg side, chase on for the fielder. Gets down well. They're coming through for 2. They will do comfortably. Almost there now. So the first match of 33 European Cricket Series in Malta. Southern Crusaders are looking well on top here. David Mark's been brought into the attack. He goes with 13 off his first over. He just cannot find a breakthrough. Score moves on to 86. 3 wickets down, start of the 8th. Ethan Exhubert coming on to bowl. It's in the air, it's got the legs, it's going to go all the way over. 6 runs, and that's the way to finish a game. Beautiful hit, beautiful shot, thumps it away. Well, this has been a very, very impressive partnership from these two. Excellent batting, came in when they were under pressure. Had to perform, and in the end, well, these boundaries, 55 metres all the way around, were not big enough really. They hit the ball well. Gopal Thukra, 40 off 23 with that 6 there at the end there. And Ryan Ricky Pastance, well, he started it all off, but was caught up very quickly as well by his partner. So good job done. First blood then to Southern Crusaders. They will now go top of the table with that win. And the other teams, well, they've seen a little sniff of what they've got. You can see the highlights. It all started really well. That was there, the second wicket to go. And then here, we're seeing the good catch again. Burkish had a good game. Bowled well as well. But then after that, these two came together. Batted very well indeed, didn't they? Gopal Thakra took his time getting going, while Ryan Ricky Pastance played some nice shots, and there you go, that was a shot he played really well. Coming forward, anything that was slightly short in that area, he dealt with no problems. And it has to be said, no chance given by these two. So once they were in and once they got settled, this game, unfortunately for overseas, was only game one way. Top shots, well, not helped. I mean, that one was unfortunate. It was always a wide, but went all the way for 5 wides. The extras did not help. 20 extras they were given here. And, well, they certainly, if there weren't so many extras, would have taken this game maybe even into the last over. In the end, well, dealt with comprehensively. The two batsmen in form, Gopal Thakra and Ryan Pastance. So just going through that batting scorecard again for you. Zishan Yusuf, Andy Nordi got his wicket, caught by Hood Hish, 1 run, of these two balls. And, well, Michael Italiki. It was again Hurkish who got him out. He was a 2-ball duck. Lee Tuck taking the catch. And then Gurav Methani, the wicket keeper. He came in, was hoping to get off, play a few shots himself, tried to go over the top, but was caught once more inside the power play. Catch taken by Hurkish off the bowler for Andy Nordy once more. And then, well, we know what happened from there on. It was 5 for 3, and these two came together, Gopal Thakra and Ricky Ryan. Anyway, we're moving now to the player of the match interview, and that will be Kit Harris. Kit, let us know who is the player of the match.
Field is the man of the match, Gopal Thakur, who saw it home from a very difficult position when his team were 11 for 3, and then you hit that 6, the ball after Zishan was out. Did you intend that you were going to go for a big hit, that ball?
No, actually, I just play my own natural games, so if I was out, so I don't care because I always play my own natural games. So if it's my range ball, so I will hit always. It doesn't matter, it's a very difficult situation or nothing.
What's your go-to shot in that situation? What's your release shot?
I don't know. I just saw the ball and I just hit the ball. I don't know, seriously.
When Ryan came in for that important 4th wicket partnership, and you just lost the 3 quick wickets, what were your words of advice with Ryan in the middle?
Okay, he's a senior player, so he just tell me always that we not do so much hurry. We just keep it in the wicket and we stay slowly. Then when we close to the target, then we will hit. So when I saw lose the balls, I just hit the balls. Then we chase it very easily.
And was it difficult to play when there was so much swing going on with the bowlers? Was it hard to say where the ball was going to end up?
I just morally just want to say, like, the spinner, I struggle with him only. Otherwise, the pacer and the other bowlers, I didn't saw anything like swing or something. It's just simple balls and I hit and I play.
And of course, now you've got to go out there and face the same team again. How do you feel about your likelihood of winning the second game?
Now I feel very confident for them because I played well, I think, and definitely in second game I will do again. So they need to be careful for me.
Well, there's the first of many men of the match for ECS here in Malta, Gopal Thakur. And that second match between the same two teams, Overseas and Crusaders, will be underway in just a few moments. And we'll all look forward to your company then.
And we are back, European cricket fans, back to beautiful
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome back. OSSA here, Merhaba in Malta. Well, overseas have a chance to come right back after their loss by 7 wickets to Southern Crusaders. Let's go to the toss to see how this one starts.
And we are back, European cricket fans, back to beautiful Malta for match number 2 of this tournament. And it is the same teams that played in match number 1. We're actually halfway through match number 1 as we make this video. And this time it's the Southern Crusaders who are the home side against the Overseas Cricket Club. So Southern Crusaders will toss the coin and my friend you will call. Cheers, Rob. Tails the call.
It's heads.
It's heads, all right. So you won the toss again. What are you going to do?
We're going to bowl again because I think we should be able to put pressure on them and keep them in a low score like the first game. So that's what our plan is now.
So you've restricted them to 89 in this first one. How do you feel about that?
It was a good comeback by our bowlers, to be honest, because Henrik can actually hit the ball long and he can actually get into a good innings. So it was good for our guys to stop him. So when we got him, so it's good.
So you're happy. How do you feel about the first T10 experience?
It's quite good. It's quite exciting. It's a quick game. It's a shame that the bowlers can't bowl more because we have some good bowlers. However, it's a good experience.
Okay, good. It was a long tournament, so they'll get their chance. Yep. Good luck. Have a good game. All right, so you've been put in again. Yep. How you feel?
It's okay. I think the score's okay for this ground. It is a very slight field. It is wet. The pitch is wet. It's getting on, so it might be a better score than people think. But
yeah, it was a slow outfield, and the ball's kind of plugging every time it hits, isn't it? So I don't think it's not like a lightning fast one. So you're feeling pretty confident with it?
Yeah, I think we got a good chance. We got a good batting attack.
And how did you feel with your first T10 experience?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was exciting. Yeah. Quick. Quick.
Yes, it's a new game. Anyway, have a good one, mate. Good luck. So the Southern Crusaders Cricket Club have won the toss again, and again they're having a bowl.
Thank you very much, Les. So no change there. The same as match 1. Southern Crusaders are electing to field. So overseas are going to try and do better than they did in this first match. Remember that time round, 89 they got to. It wasn't so much the wickets they lost. Just needed the batsman to get cracking and hitting a few more shots earlier on, especially inside this power play. And Rick is opening up with Clyde Palmer at the non-striker's end. I'm Rico Full and gladly joined by my partner in crime here, Kit Harris.
Hi Rico. The Kleiner punter has been kept in reserve. We've got a new opener, Palmer, alongside Gericka. I don't think we've had an LBW appeal yet, Rico, that has quite been worthy of the replay that it gets. This one pitching outside leg. Does get big in swing, doesn't he, to the right-hander. But umpires have not had a tricky one yet in this first part of the tournament.
No, they haven't. Here comes Bilal again. We'll take the single. Well played, waited for it. So Gariki gets off the mark.
We'll get our first look at Palmer. Wasn't selected for the first game, but he comes in not only to reinforce the batting in this match, but also to take over the gloves. A compact stance. He puts his bat between his pads.
Ooh. Well, he's very, very lucky there. I mean, that's gone through him and swung very late, missing the stumps. What a beautiful delivery that was. Too good to get a wicket, if there is such a thing.
Another one of these in-swinging Yorkers, and it's funny, isn't it? It almost becomes an off-cutter. Swings in, and then it goes in further off the seam, and had it just gone on with the swing, it may well have hit leg stump.
Bowl once more. Gerike will be aiming to continue his form. I mean, he made 40 of 27, getting out just when he was starting to accelerate. He's in good form at the moment. He'll be hoping that Clyde Palmer can give him some support at the non-strikers end at the moment. So 2 taken for Gerike. Good calling, very positive. May even get 2.
Something they did really well throughout the previous game overseas was they were really quick between the wickets, and that's, in its way, that's just as important as finding the boundary. All of the top 6 for overseas have a 2020 strike rate this season of better than a run a ball. And if you're going to get up towards the 100, which their captain Jörg Hershey feels, I think rightly, is a good total in this format, it's just as much about how quick you are up and down the pitch.
It's down the leg side, wide ball. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to take all the singles. I mean, in fairness, Gerike, who was opening up with Clint Punte in the very first match, they put a good partnership together, went over the 50 runs. The only thing was they weren't able to accelerate at the right times.
Yeah, that's right, as you say, just when they did, they got their head chopped off and Gerike was gone.
It's that beauty again. The one we saw earlier swung too much and late. This one, he needed it to come back a little bit more and he would have been rattling those stumps.
Yeah, wicketkeeper was quite up for this, and the reason is you may not quite see it, that the bat hit the ground. You can see that there was a considerable distance between the blade and the ball. But all told, that's a tidy first over. And for the 3rd time in succession, Zishan has bowled an over that's gone for less than a run a ball. See, I'm including the bye. Proven very effective as overs 3, 4 and 6.
So Zishan Youssef is now new bowler coming on to bowl the 2nd over, just checking his field. Mohammed Bilal, good one from him first up. Just 6 runs from it.
Yeah, I said Zishan, didn't I? Of course, yeah, you're quite right, Mohammed Bilal. Zishan is, it just bowls this nippy little leg cutter. Just enough movement away from the right-hander. The ball just sort of straightens its line on the way through as it's angled in. There's some... They're just looking at some distraction behind the bowler's arm, which is sunshine glinting off a sports car that's right behind the commentary position. Highlights as much as anything else, since we are between the pitch and the sports car, we could put one of the batsmen off here quite substantially if we wanted to, Rico.
Yeah, I don't think we're behind the bowler's arm. I think it's more the glare coming from the windscreen. So unless we're wearing some of those snazzy shades, we should be all right. Short. That's well bowled now. That's how he got his wicket earlier. Just getting that ball in short, and that was how Garicki was out last time round.
To this bowler, lest we forget.
Yeah, at least at the non-strikers at the moment. That's well played. Good room for himself. Place it down to the third man. Rotates the strike.
If we see that one again, Rico, I fancy that one just went the other way. He was bowling leg cutters throughout the first game. I rather fancy that that one just came back in off the seam. That's the leg cutter.
Yeah, up pitch again, played in the same areas. The third man is going to be kept busy. Just wondering in that one whether he just needs to get the foot right across and hit it on the up. You've got the men, they're inside, there's nobody patrolling the offside boundary at the moment. We're inside the power play. Maybe just get a bit more positive and try to hit the ball on the up.
The two sweepers are in perfect positions at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah.
Full on the legs. That brings this deep square leg into play. And for the short ball outside at off stump, you've got the third man. There's Zach Massey, the fielder out there on the onside. He'll come on to bowl in the blinking of an eye, to bowl his slow little seamers. They were effective as well in the first innings of previous game.
Well, bowl from Yusuf, just keeping it outside the off stump. He's got his man in the right position there at third man.
Yep. Yeah, he's got two balls to bowl to these two. There's the one thing that they've just lost, isn't it, overseas, by demoting Kleiner Punter, is they've lost that right-hand, left-hand combination. And it's meant that both Bilal and Zishan have been able to just rotate two deliveries. Full on the legs for the square leg and short outside the off stump for the third man to cover, and they haven't had to readjust for right and left hand. 11 without loss though overseas, still going for their caution first approach to keep wickets in hand, which didn't work, I would say. 89 for 1 sounds like a great 10 over score, but it was easily overhauled in the end.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, they've got the advantage now, if they didn't know before, of what the Crusaders have in their batting lineup. And though they skittled out the first three very cheaply with just 5 runs, then came the hitters, and they know that 89 is not enough. They've got to go for the bigger score. They've got to go for going past the 100 mark. Now, this is a new player that's come into the attack kit. So, Savinath is coming in for the player that he replaces, but
yeah, we just had that 1 weak link, didn't we, in the first game when Crusaders were bowling. That Erdly Chandaram bowled his first over for 21, rather got hit out of the attack. And now you can see that the Crusaders have brought in this extra bowling option, Lakshya Seneviratne. He gives them a bit of seam as well. Well, it's swing, isn't it? He's swinging it quite late, bending it into the right-hander. It just gives them that 6th bowling option, which they lacked in game 1.
That's well hit straight. The ball should go all the way. Will it? It just beats the dive off the fielder. That's a nice shot, nice positive shot. Straight down the ground. 4 runs, fielded in bari koshish kitti, but chokka ho gaya.
Just over pitched a fraction and swung into Palmer, and he'd got a taste of how the ball was swinging a couple of times before. Got it right in line on that occasion.
Lakshita going for the wider ball to stop that shot. Gone too wide. It's the right idea, but you can clearly see the lines that are painted there for the umpires as a guide, and that one the wrong side of it. Wide ball.
Yeah, even umpire Stefan Gooch finds that kind of decision easy. As easy as that one, in fact, Rico.
Yeah, as easy as that, easily hitting. I mean, you can clearly see all 3 stumps there when that's hitting. It's a good reply from the bowler. He's trying to get this in the gap. You can see that Palmer has this strange stance. He's standing back in his crease, so the bowlers will be encouraged to try and get it through that slot.
He's gone. Well, it was, he nearly did it the ball before, Rico, didn't he, playing on. He had to reach for a very wide ball, a long way away from him, and his feet were rooted. That's why he played on. Just watch Clyde Palmer's front foot here. Didn't come across enough, so he had to reach so far that he could only under-edge the ball. Could have gone anywhere, but unluckily for him, it went onto the stumps. And, well, his first innings of the week has come to an end. 7 he's made, and overseas are now 17 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's... he's come a long way down. You could see from the camera, from the side view, come a long way down the track. But again, he's trying to play across it, not getting his foot in the right place. And really creates his own downfall. Could have quite easily have played onto a couple from Mohammed Bilal. Got away with those, but not this time. So wicket goes.
Now we're not seeing Charles Kleiner-Punter just yet. This number 3 is Sean Byrne, who neither batted nor bowled in the first game, but fielded on the offside quite brilliantly. Finding it difficult, aren't they, against Senratna? He just gets that late swing into the legs. But, that concludes the power play, Rico. 17 for 1.
17 for 1, yeah, once more not a good power play. There, I'm struggling. Just almost, I mean, we haven't had a chance to see what batsmen they have lower down the order. I'm just wondering if there's somebody there that can come in and thump the ball, and whether that's an option they need to look at now. Somebody who's able to hit hard. If he pays off, he pays off. But surely you've got to have somebody like that in the power play.
Well, they're missing Dion Vosloo, and he's the one who would, I think, really go for it as a capable batsman. I mean, Tuck and Marks very much, you know, they can biff the ball and they can score a strike rate of 150, but they do get out quickly. They're very much tail enders. And this is perhaps the bowler that they found it quite hard to get away in the first game. Isak Masir with his little slow leg cutters. Very good at taking the pace off the ball is Masir.
That's well hit, firmly enough. It does go to the fielder. Does start to put a bit of pressure on Henrik here, really, because once the wickets fall, he's know that he's the batsman in form and scoring runs. He needs somebody to stick around with him. That's well hit, good use of his feet, but it's in the air. Is the fielder going to get under it? Oh, he takes a very, very good catch. For one moment there, I thought he'd come too far inside, but he adjusted himself well, and that's a very good catch taken there on the boundary. Another wicket goes.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I thought that if we just look at this again, I thought that Mohammed Bilal had stitched himself up here by coming in too far. He had to backpedal, and that is very well judged indeed over his shoulders. He's a good bowler. Now he's demonstrated that he's got very safe pair of hands out on the line as well. So that's the end of Byrne. Only his second ball. He's gone for a blob in his first knock of the tournament. In fact, the first ball he hit straight to the fielder. 18 for 2.
He's played that well in the gap. It may even get 4 for it. Fielders, no good. Have they stopped it? Good dandy footwork. Well, they had to stop themselves. They ran right into the nets, but fortunately able to return back. It's a nicely played shot. New batsman.
He's the captain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brought himself up the order, Jörg Hershey, but that was Gericke, of course. The batsman had crossed while the ball was in the air. Now it's Hershey. He doesn't have the strike rate that you're looking for in white ball cricket, though, Rico.
At the moment, I think here, Kit, a little bit of rebuilding first. Yeah. I mean, they've still got time, and quite often we find in these T10 games, you get 2 batsmen in, they work well together, take the singles, there'll be some extras along the way. Play a nice few shots on the bad balls, and all of a sudden recovery's done, and you give yourself 3 overs to really swing the bat at the ball. That's hit up in the air. Could it be another catch for Bilal? He gets under it, takes his time. Oh yeah, nice and easy. He's in the right place for his team. Safe pair of hands. Another wicket goes.
This one was tricky in its way as well, because it was hit a lot higher and shorter than the previous one. You see almost a top edge from Gericka, and he did hit it hard. The ball swirled away. A slightly awkward position there for Bilal to take it, but he does have safe hands. You've seen that twice in the over, and the wheels are rather coming off now. I'm with Rico Full when he says that it's time for a bit of captain's rebuilding. 4 overs gone, 22 for 3 for overseas, and the 2 men who did the damage with the ball opening the bowling as spinners in game 1 are now going to have to undo the damage with the bat, as out comes Andy Naudi to accompany his captain at the crease.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing here, if there is a good thing, it gives the opportunity for other players who haven't had a bat in that first game to have a bat, and also to go out there and perhaps play a nice positive innings well, show overseas and the other players what they've got in the tank. That's firmly hit. Bilal coming across to stop it. Ball hits the deck and just dies dead. Once again, just showing just how soft it is out there at the moment. Certainly in the action, Bilal.
He's proven a useful addition to the bowling quintet of the first game, Seneviratne. It's been swing on offer all day.
Nice, that's going up the air. Be safe. That third man has been pushed back. We've seen him quite often inside the ring. But fortunately, this time, with the batsman for Hood, Hishi, the captain, he was back, and that's ended up being a safe single. Be a wide ball.
Doesn't waste time in signalling the wide, does he, umpire Gooch? A lot of the umpires wait till the ball is not only finally settled in the hands of the wicket-keeper, but is halfway round the field before signalling a rather loose wide to the scorers. Oh, Gucci swivels immediately.
It's up in the air. This will be a very good catch. Good attempt. It was always going to be difficult. The wind's blowing and ball swirling around out there. This Kookaburra ball. Great effort by the fielder.
Yeah, Jojo Thomas always was going to find this tricky to catch because the ball went so wide of him, almost having to be side on. The tricky one. Got an uncomplicated style, hasn't he, Andy Naudi?
Yeah.
Just biffs it across the line.
Zishan. He's bowling his second. He bowled the second over, so it's all about trying to get a few more wickets here and really apply the pressure to overseas. That's why it's been brought on so soon. Slower ball, he's got hold of it. There is a fielder there, and a very good catch taken. Well, they're showing the Crusaders that they are very, very good in the field. We've seen them make some nice diving stops, and that was a lovely catch there taken right in front of us. Another one down.
Second wicket for Seneviratne. He's proving mightily effective. Bastian's this time on the boundary. Skipper Hershey just got under the ball, but Bastian's had to watch his back foot. And you see he's judged it perfectly, just as Bilal did a couple of overs ago. It's all becoming a bit of a disaster now, as the ship has not only hit the iceberg, but is listing severely to port. Overseas are 28 for 4.
Yeah, struggling away here, wickets falling. Nobody really at the moment making any impact. Not able to find the boundaries, and every time they do hit the ball in the air, it's been snatched up. Reaching for that one, we'll take the single.
Brings the number 6 on strike, Daniel Niverton, and still no kleine Punter. I know he didn't exactly pinch hit his way to an unbeaten 26 off 28 balls throughout the 10 overs of the first game. But, the demotion from 1 has been precipitous. He's now at least as low as 7. Rather scapegoats him for the fact that the total was only 89 in game 1, but this is going significantly worse. 29 at the halfway point. Senneveratne's 2 overs went for 13, and here is Massey again. Oh, that is a clean hit, as clean as you like, over the leg side, hoofed away for an uncomplicated 6 in fact. Right into the slot. It's the biggest of the day so far, in fact. Right in his hitting zone.
That was a nice shot, well picked up. Only the second boundary of the innings, only early on the 4 runs by Palmer, straight down the ground. He's going for another one here.
There it is again, 4 following the 6. This time he's taken the earth route. Just pings it away, clears his front leg. He's very, very strong across the line. And Massey has got to stop bowling straight, I think, here. Extra field cover has been placed in that area. He's done it again across the line, and here is the extra fielder. Deep mid-wicket. Senneveratne just able to keep it down to a single. So Niverton returns to the strike. Neatly done through the offside. Should be able to get 2 here if they're quick. Nowdy's certainly very keen to do it, and he makes it easily. That was his call, coming back halfway through the 2 from the striker's end, and he judged it well. Almost felt that Niverton would have been happy just to settle for the 1 and give his partner the strike. He's hitting the ball so well. Let's hit him outside the line of the off stump, and the umpire knows that perfectly well. Niverton came in at number 3 at the death in game 1. Made 7 off 6 balls, so you can see why he wants to get this man back on strike. Now he has 16 off 7, is just starting to go. Moves across, that's smart, now that could be out. Umpire says no, maybe going over the top. They're going to come back for a second leg by here, as there was no one backing up close. Now it is a leg by. I think when we see this again, I think the indication from the umpire was that it was going to go over the top.
Yeah, it was the first real shout for LB where an umpire's had to actually think about and make a decision. And bearing in mind some of the bounce we've seen on this wicket, I think that would have been the call that the ball was probably going to continue to go over the stumps. And good over that for overseas.
Two overs for 18 then for Ezak Massey, and his first couple of wickets in the tournament coming in this spell. Here is the 5th bowler, and unsurprisingly it's going to be the spin of Jojo Thomas. He bowled 2 tidy overs in the first game, and at the moment it looks as though Erdly Chandiram might not be needed. Things are going sufficiently well for the Crusaders. Daniel Niverton is on strike. He has just a couple so far. Straight on the money, Thomas. He bowls a decent off break. Niverton doing what he did at the end of the first game, just getting the set batsman back on strike with a single.
Yeah, this would be a good challenge though here, because well, Andy Nodi is hitting the ball well. He's taken the attack to the bowling side. Good little challenge here.
He's got those 3 men out on the leg side boundary still. We know where he'll try and hit it. He's got an inside edge there. Just tried to be a bit delicate with it there, I think. A little bit too cute. Nearly played on.
Yeah, we've already seen Clyde Palmer do that. He won't want to see his wicket go down that way. He's seen the ball well. He's got to race on from here.
Thomas is nice and accurate, nagging the off stump. Just rotating the strike so far with 3 singles in the first half of the over.
Yeah, nice to see a bowler not afraid to give it a little bit of flight.
Yeah, especially deep in the innings. It is the 7th over, of course. Now this could be a chance out to long off, and it's held safely. That's the second catch for Ryan Bastian. Bilal has taken 2 in the mirror position on the onside, and now Bastian has made it a pair of skiers at long off as well. 5 down, 48 on the board.
Yeah, they're rocking, aren't they, at the moment? And, well, they're rocking. The Crusaders are, well, they're rocking and rolling, and that man there, taking all the catches, Ryan Ricky Bastian, and we know what he can do with the bat as well, so he's having a very good day. He's probably enjoying this, his first appearance live on the TV. Of course, he's been seen live all around the world by our global cricket family, and what a great introduction it has been so far for him, this European Cricket Network series here in Malta.
Batsman across, so Niverton is back on strike. And, that's going to get him at least 1. If they're very quick, they'll come back for the second. They are. Niverton's call. He could be run out here, but no, umpire says not out. I'm not convinced, Rico, that the keeper had the ball in his hands when he knocked the wicket over.
No, I don't think he did. He was trying to rush it. We'll see this again here. The ball comes through. He's taken 1 glove off, not sure why, and then that's probably why he didn't take the ball there.
He saved the umpire a very difficult line call. He's made it easy. Niverton able to come back for the second. Last ball of the over. Oh, half a chance. It rather took the bowler by surprise. I don't think Jojo Thomas really anticipated nor even particularly wanted it as it came back. Well, that's the first drop chance that we've seen. No, it's the second. There was one in the first game at short fine leg, but the first in this game. Thomas reacts a little late. Niverton retains the strike. 7 overs down. And the score is a meagre 51 for 5. They're going to need something quite extraordinary here to get even close to the 89 that they got in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas reacted a little bit late, but not our umpire there. Fancy footwork from him. He was down like a flash. Leslie Gooch, as we see, change the bowling here.
Bilal is back. 6 off his opening over. Niverton has stolen the strike. Lee Tuck is the non-striking batsman. He can give the ball a hit. It doesn't tend to last long, but his strike rate is 156, so if he gets on strike, we'll see something. A great shot from Niverton. Really nicely placed. Oh, that's a terrible fumble. Just seems so casual about it all the way. Sishan Yusuf. And it's difficult there because there's no grass on that part of the outfield.
Yeah, I think we see him here. If we look closely, just loses his footing, watch. Just getting down. Oh.
Yep, slipped with the right foot. It was a lovely shot by Niverton. Well timed. Good cut backward of point. So he passes the 7 not out he made at the death in game 1. Goes into double figures. Oh, and he's played on. What a pity. Just when he'd played that fine shot, Niverton tried to be very delicate and just play a gentle little late cut past the keeper's hand and got the under edge on it and has disturbed the wicket.
Yeah, you'd watch this again. He would have thought he would have just gone back and give this a nice little swing off the bat at this stage of the game. He'll be disappointed because he's at that stage. He'll be going back thinking, why did I do that? Why didn't I just go for it? That's which stage you're at now. Playing it on. Second player to do so. Another wicket goes down.
He was trying to be a little bit too artistic there, wasn't he? Still, they are now sliding to a really quite despondent situation overseas. 55 for 6, and in comes Christo Villiers. His first game. He sat out the first one. Child Kleiner Punter continues his free fall from carrying his bat through the innings opening the batting in game 1. He still hasn't appeared. Viljoen, a left-hander. There are still 4 balls left in the 8th over. Bilal has his first wicket of the tournament now. He's going to be able to bowl left arm over to a lefty. It would be difficult if you tried to hit the ball less far than that. He's got really, you must have really, really soft hands, Viljoen.
Good ball first up though, isn't it? You've just gone in, and the first one you get is right up there. I mean, it was on his pads, but if you just got it going onto the middle stump, he would have struggled to dig it out.
Yes, Bilal still getting swing into the 8th over with the ball, but not that time. We've seen far fewer wides in this innings than the previous 2 of the day. That's only the 4th wide. We saw a 13 ball over from Matthew Towns when overseas were fielding in game 1. Got something on it. Unfortunately for him, he's only got the single. Viljoen is away for the week.
I have to say here, Kit, I've been very impressed with the way Crusaders have managed the field. They've just got the men in the right places. I mean, you've seen the catches, got the guys in exactly the right place at the catch, and even those, anything that's like a little bit edgy, played down to 3rd man, there's always a man with a yellow jersey there to tidy it up. They've been very impressive with the field placement.
At long last, here's Lee Tuck's first ball of the tournament. It's a good one. Big swing, a Yorker, followed the batsman. Tuck was backing away. He thought he'd picked up the line there and given himself room to play straight. Moved away and the ball just kept following him. I'm impressed that there's so much swing from this little batch of Kookaburra balls, because they do have a reputation for being quite unrewarding for the swing bowler. That one holds its line and Tuck is away. Zishan is not exactly rifling in his throw out there from the line, but he figures that the batsmen are just strolling the single, which they are. So that includes a neat little spell from Bilal. 1 wicket for 13 of his 2 overs, just 7 coming off that over, the 8th. 2 overs to go. Overseas are crawling to 58 for 6. 2 remaining bowling options. Jojo Thomas is going to bowl over number 9. It leaves the last over for Zishan Yusuf to come back. Thomas has already got the wicket of the top scorer in the innings, Andy Nowdy. Now bowling to Lee Tuck. He's done well in waiting for the ball that time, Lee Tuck, to play it to leg, but just got a little inside edge onto his thigh pad.
Yeah, Lee, I mean, you can see he knows what he's got to do. Maybe he's just going to start taking a chance here, coming down the track a little bit, perhaps trying to hit straight.
He's tucked into that one though. He's got all of it, but then so too has the fielder. Middled it nicely, half volley, played across the line, and deftly taken by Lakshita Senavaratna out there at deep mid-wicket.
Well, it's just one of those innings for the overseas. I mean, it happens sometimes where every time you think you played a shot, and you can even hear it from the overseas guys sitting in their dugout there. Every time they're all saying good shot, and next thing you know, it's straight in somebody's hands. It seems like everything that's gone aerial, bar just 1 or 2. I mean, it's only been the 1-6, and that's the only one that hasn't gone to hand. Everything else in the air, it looks like it's going to be runs, and then somebody snaps up and takes the catch.
Now here is, at last, at number 9 is Charles Kleinepunter, and I'd like to see him hit his first ball for 6. He's showed a lot of them. Well, decent hit first up. And he's off the mark. 26 from 28 balls he made opening the batting. in game 1, and he's been invited to come in at number 9 in game 2. They made 89 for 1 in that first game, and clearly it's been decided that the fact that they lost that game by 7 wickets was Kleinepunter's fault. So without him, they're 59 for 7, so that tells you something. Oh, that's a nice line from Thomas, hitting outside leg stump. Viljoen just able to race through for another leg by.
Yeah, it was a strange decision. I mean, he didn't score quickly, but he did place a nice shot. Sometimes you just need one guy in the innings that just can hold it all together. And if he can stay there for 10, that one's been played away for a single. If he can stay there for 10 overs and score 40 runs, and the others work around and can score 70, well, you've got a good score on the board. So, yeah, surprise decision there.
Well, you know, I said, well, wickets in hand probably hadn't helped them in the game 1, but by contrast with this performance, wickets in hand was obviously the way to go, because their firepower approach has not come off. Now you see they just a couple more wickets and they're all done, so even in the penultimate over, all they can really be limited to here is pushing the ball around from the gaps for singles. They're going to have to pull something quite miraculous out of their bowling performance. 9 overs done, 62 for 7. There's a man who goes to the gym.
Yeah, I mean, the bowling performance, they did start well, remember, but well, they've got to find a way to get Gopal Thakra and Ryan Ricky Bastance out there with the guys that put a good partnership together and saw them home winning both not out.
Now Zishan coming on to bowl his second over, most economical bowler of the day. His overs have gone for 3, 4 and 4. Bowling to Viljoen. Nice accuracy there.
Swing and a miss. Look how far the non-striker's gone there.
We're very good at it.
Desperate to get the other end,
They were very good between the wickets, Gericke and Kleinepunter, when they were opening the batting together. Kleinepunter is good at backing up. Well, they get 2 here. You know that Kleinepunter will take it. Sets off straight away. That's the art of good running. What this is all going to come down to, Rico, is the opening bowlers. We assumed it'll be Hershey and Naudi bowling their spin in the first 4 overs, and they're going to have to take 3 or 4 wickets, I fancy.
Yes, and they've got to take him inside the power play, because I think what we did see from the Crusaders is they were keen to get runs early in the power play. They lost wickets, but they lost wickets trying to hit over the top. But they know they need 5. To win this game, they need 5 of those top order batsmen out.
Should get a second here.
Well, at the moment, they take every runs they can get. That's the second time we've seen overthrows here.
Pereira was backing up and he was in the right position, but the throw was so wild he wasn't able to get his hand down onto it, and as the elder statesman of the team, he just telling his teammates to calm down with the returns. And that's connected with that though, and at last one has really been swung away. Finally the shackles have been broken and Viljoen has hit a maximum.
This is a lovely shot. It wasn't the best of balls. It was down the leg side. It was one of those where sometimes batsmen miss out because they missed a shot and the ball hits them on the body, so they don't even get the wide. But no mistake, good shot from Christo.
Right, here's the last ball of the innings. Viljoen to face it. Oh, so canny. That's so stylish from Yusuf. Just had the guts to bowl a slower ball. And Viljoen, well, it's all very well having a second think about it, but you got done there, old boy. So that ends a pretty ropey innings from overseas. They lost wickets early on and never, once they had started sliding down the rock face, never again got a foothold. 72 for 7. And it was really just calypso, collapso all the way through.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we thought that perhaps Seeing some of the later batsmen come in, may have accelerated run rate, it didn't.
So early on, almost a false dawn there as Clyde Palmer hit that sweetly timed drive down the ground, but he played on to Lakshita Senavaratne and he was gone for 7. And then, well, these 4 catches out in the deep. The first one held by Mohammed Bilal to dismiss Sean Byrne. His first innings in the tournament ended in a duck. And then Heinrich Gericke, who top scored in the previous game, was out for a runner ball 11, caught by the same fielder. It was 2 wickets in the over for Esak Massi. Then Hershey and Naudi came together, but Hershey then became the first of 2 catches for Ryan Bastian's out on the boundary. When they were 4 down, Naudi hit a 6 and a 4 over square leg, before then giving Bastian's the second and the slightly harder of those 2 chances. And at that point, it was 48 for 5. And after that, there was very little recovering. Niverton played this gorgeous cut backward of square, a different bit of fielding, but it was sweetly timed. Then the next ball, tried something a little bit more stylish and played on. Second man to do that in the innings. Christo Viljoen came in time to see Lee Tuck disappear for 1. Viljoen managed to clear the boundary, the penultimate ball of the innings, but he missed the last. So it was just a non-stop cavalcade of calamity really for overseas. You can see there nobody really managed to get in and get going. Gericke played himself in just as he did in the first innings, but on this occasion was cut off before he could climb into the bowling. Naudi shone brightly but crashed like a meteorite after a 4 and a 6. Niverton and Viljoen managed to find a boundary, but really it was all too little and it never really happened. 72 for 7, and the bowling was consistently good all the way down. They found a good bowler in Jojo Thomas, a decent spinner who didn't appear in the T20 this domestic season. Everyone except Yusuf getting in among the wickets, and he too was no lesser a bowler. So you see there, having failed to defend a solid total of 89 for 1 in the first game, overseas look likely now to be beaten second time in a row by the Crusaders in Game 2 in this double header on the first day of European Cricket Series here in Malta. So we fully expect Crusaders to chase down this target. 73, but don't forget there are those 2 opening spinners in the power play who did damage before, and they do damage again. Join us in 8 minutes time to find out whether they can.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Well, welcome back. It's beautiful ground here, Marsa. The sun's shining through now. Nicely, still a little bit windy. And it's going to be a big task here for Overseas Cricket Club. They've struggled with the bat once more, this time managing just 72. And, well, Southern Crusaders, who cruised to victory the first time these two met earlier, will fancy their chances. Overseas need to pick up early wickets. Rico Full here with Kit Harris alongside me.
This is very unusual, Rico. This is either crazy or inspired, but those two spinners who had Crusaders 11 for 3 are not bowling. David Marks is opening the bowling. Their unconventional gambit for 3 overs of spin in the power play. It was the only point during this equivalent stage of the previous game when Overseas looked like they had a chance, and they're not doing it this time.
It's well dug out. Yeah, I mean, David, as we said when he first bowled it, he looks like a complete player. He was great in the field for him. When he came on to bowl, he was getting good movement, just wasn't able to control the ball swinging down the leg side. He bowled too many wides. And if you can get that right, it can be an interesting challenge.
Yeah, he's bowling tidily. But, yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh on Overseas, but I certainly, they felt that having Kleine-Punter opening the batting and anchoring the innings had held them back in the first game and demoted him to number 9 this time round, and that change didn't work. It's just as much a gamble to decide not to use your 2 spinners who had the opposition 11 for 3, and a little mystified by it, but perhaps it will turn out to be the inspired move of genius that wins them the game.
At the moment, both batsmen just quite happy just to take the singles. Michael Guntelecki, don't forget, didn't get off to the best start, and neither of these 2 batsmen did. Michael does also represent the Malta national team, so he's part of the setup there, so we know if he gets going, he can be in amongst the runs. And in the domestic season, scoring 110 in 5 innings.
That's a lovely first over. Just a couple of runs from it, David Marks. They've made one adjustment in who they've got to bowl in this situation. Crusaders.
The field just being set now. So they're going to...
Yeah, we are going to see Jörg Hershey at this point. That's the right thing to do. I'm convinced of it. But, Matthew Towns isn't playing. That's the change that Overseas have made.
captain. Let's lead by example here. He bowled very well. Opted to go with Davy Marks to start up with. In he comes with the spin. It's a good ball right up there. Batsman just happy just to get bat onto ball. Get the singles, not to take any risk at the moment. Michael getting to the other end. Zishan now on strike.
Both of these batsmen struggled against Hershey in game 1. It's his leg break. Doesn't come out quite as well as the off break, does it? Just see the replay of this one. We'll see that rolls the wrist over the back of the ball for this variation, and it comes out either a little short or a little full. His off break, on the other hand, is perfectly placed. There's that leg break again.
It's down the leg side. Should be signalled a wide ball. It is.
I like that he wants to run through his variations. Having said that, he does only have to bowl 12 good balls. There it is again.
Good bit of fielding there. I mean, it was a full toss, and well, you would expect the batsman to put that away. Good bit of acrobatic fielding.
It's Viljoen, and they have a very nice fielding side overseas. It supports the bowlers very well. The ball that gets these two all tangled up is his off break. He just floats it up above the batsman's eye line, lands it right on the spot.
No.
I thought that was a googly.
Just quite happy just to let that go by. Interesting when you look at the field set on the offside. They're very tight. They're very. I mean, they're even well in, sort of about, I don't know, 10, 15 metres in from the 30-yard. Certainly would have opted to take that. Takes this one on though. Well, looked like a good diving effort there from the fielder. But did he go too early with the dive? What it does do, it brings up 4 runs.
Yeah, Jack Barrett first touched the ball in the tournament. Well, he slightly overran the ball, and given the position that he was in, he did well to get his right hand on it. And just plugged himself in the turf as he made his way round. Well, it's not his fault that the ball went across the line for 4. It was a bad ball.
This is a nice shot. He's put it through the gap. That's very good fielding indeed. Excellent work. Good throw in as well, and he deserves all of those applause. Tremendous bit of work.
Nice fielding side here. Again, that leg break not quite coming out. Too full.
Yeah, great cricketer, David Marks. And he's going to come on to continue his spell. Looks like he is.
And they've got to throw everything at it, haven't they, in this situation? That second over has gone for 10. We've got Andy Nowdy. He'll bowl well. I still fancy that you get something decent out of Lee Tuck once he gets his radar right, because he can make the ball hoop around. But they've just got to cut out the wides. They bowled so many in that previous game.
Yeah, just to remind you, 20 wides, and in the end that proved to be costly. Swing and a miss.
Marks won't let him down. He's bowling intelligently, and yeah, okay, they haven't taken a wicket overseas, but 12 without loss. Well, 12 off 2 is you know, that's pretty tight. I'd like to see a bit more zest and energy from them in the field, though. They seem quite flat, the men in blue.
Nicely played, back with a point. Fielder comes across, does some good work there. It's quite wet and slippery. Does well to get behind it. Batsmen do come through for 2 runs. A nice bit of cricket there. But it's nice to see though from overseas. They're attacking, aren't they? They've not gone defensive. Look at the field. They've got men in close, even on the leg side, in close on the off. So they're really saying to the Crusaders, well, you want to hit over the top, go for it. Well, that's made contact. It's racing away to the boundary. Goes all the way. I think leg byes will be signalled. Yes, they were. 4 leg byes here. Watch this again.
Aggressive ball from Marks. It's him on the shoulder. Runs will come in what way they may. Gunnar Teleki is such an experienced campaigner, plays a lot of international cricket, that won't faze him at all. He'll be glad of the extras.
This time does opt to hit over the top, and that's a clever shot. This is just what I was talking about earlier with the field so attacking. If you can get underneath it and lift it over that infield, you're always getting the boundary. Nicely played. A good reply from him. He's been hit on the shoulder, and then he says to the bowler, well, okay, you can fetch this one. 4 runs.
Yeah, Mark's just got a bit carried away, didn't he? He hit him once and thought he'd try and bowl short again. But he was off target. You can't take too many liberties like that with the batsman as switched on as Gunnar Teleki.
Just been a little bit short for me this time, Marks. I mean, when we saw him earlier, I mean, though he did struggle to control the fuller ball, he was bowling a good length Yorker. It was swinging in or away. He just hasn't been able to recapture that line. You just feel if he can get one right up there, he could take a wicket.
Oh, what about that? Would you believe it? That looked like it certainly was a slower ball. I wonder if he actually put the back of the hand under it somewhat. It completely stitched up the skipper, Gunnar Teleki, who says, as well he might, well done, David Marks. Yes, rolled his fingers over the ball, an off break, came out slow. Gunnar Teleki's immediate reaction was that was going to hit him higher up the body as a beamer. And rather against the run of play, a welcome wicket for overseas. David Marks puts his cap back on at the end of the over, but it is hats off to him really, because it was a good ball against a good batsman. 3 overs done, that's the power play over with. Crusaders are 22 for 1.
And just goes to show, if you do bowl at the stumps, even if it does end up being a full toss, there's every chance you can get a wicket, but we're well disguised, slower, outfoxing the batsman, and the first wicket goes down.
So Gunnar Teleki has had a quiet start to the tournament for an international opener. 2-ball duck and a 10-ball 9. And, he's all done with, and now it's time, as we expected, to say howdy to Nowdy. He's going to pick up the bowling for the 4th over.
The new batsman who's come in is Gurav.
He got out to a Nowdy in the first innings. It's a non-striker though. Whoops!
Well, this one came out all wrong, didn't it? Just watch this. Nowdy.
Gone for his arm ball. Got lots of lovely swing. Just fell on the corner of the turf there. Got that little slow away swinger. Sort of thing that his teammate Tuck bowls. There's been so much swing, it's been tough to control it. That's a nice one though. Just going away with the arm.
Yeah, well bowled, just drifting it away. You can see the batsman at the moment, no real authority, just trying to guide it away. Every chance going to get a little snick on it. And stick with that line.
Oh, lovely. Just straightened. Now, well, he might smile now, because this is what he did in the first game. Nowdy. He proved too tricky for the batsman. Oh, and well, if he'd had 2 slips, which I expect he never has, he'd have a reward there.
It's good running from the batsman. Yeah, it's one of those though, isn't it? I mean, if you're going to be looking to play in that corridor, you've got to really get behind it and flash hard. No point giving a nice, easy, soft catch to the keeper. That's what he's done there, and he's got 2 runs for it. Well bowled and well weighted also by the batsman. He knows by now what Nowdy is trying to do. Weighted on it and playing it with the swing, taking a single.
It's my man Sean Byrne out there in the covers. He's a cracking fielder. You need to just keep an eye out when you're batting against overseas. And number 22, never take 2 to 22.
Not content at the moment to get back onto the ball, take the singles, waiting for the bad one. KG start from Zishan Yusuf. He wants to get into the runs, doesn't want to throw his wicket away. As that over comes to an end. So we move to 28 for 1. Just the 6 runs off that one, so nice and tidy. Good start from Andy Nodi.
It is a tight start for the fielding team, but you just have the impression that Crusaders are not phased at all. 45 from 36 is what they need. Really, it shouldn't be too much of a poser for them. And, now we see why Clyde Palmer took over as wicketkeeper from Heinrich Gericke, because Gericke is now going to have a bowl, and that is not something that you see a great deal. Both little seamers, and a couple of overs in the T20 competition, something of an MS Dhoni. Don't see him bowl often, but he's quite a competent seam bowler. Don't quite trust going to tuck just yet, which I think is a bit of a pity.
So this is a bit of a gamble, is it? It's a gamble to try and... Are we trying to buy a wicket here?
Well, I think it's almost the other way. They've gone for a rather conservative option. Okay, well that was nothing conservative about that. That was extremism. Big long hop, banged in short, and Lee Tuck must be thinking, well, I think I could bowl a bit better than that.
Yeah, he got right under it, didn't he? I mean, fair due, he's got a fair bit of bounce, and it was still a very good shot from Yusuf, but, well, that was just clinical. And they say you've got to put the dirt away, and he certainly did there. Not a good ball, 6 runs.
Well, we'll let him off. That's his loosener. We'll let a player's loosener in November go anywhere he wants to put it. Well, that was better, though. Tailing in swing.
Yeah, better pitched. A little bit of movement as well for him. That'll encourage him. Batsman was a yes, no. Chal, nay. In the end, nothing. It's definitely a leg by there for the taking. That's well bowled. He's just holding it back now, getting the ball in the right areas. A little bit of movement there.
Yeah, balls 2 and 3 have been good. Gets the ball to swing back in late as well, which matters. Whoops, and that was more in the mould of the first one. Umpire Gooch extending his arms again.
Nice straight bat. Take the single. Not taking any unnecessary risks, which is good. You quite often see in this T10 format a lot of batsmen just quite content to just have a swing and a miss at a ball, but not here. I mean, they're not giving away any dot balls. If they've got the opportunity to take the single, they're taking it. Oh, that's well bowled, right through him. It's made it into a Yorker. Really, the batsman started walking early, and he just continued with that line. Did Henrik, and he gets his wicket. Well done to him. His first wicket in the European Cricket Series for him. Let's watch this again.
As soon as it started to get the ball tailing back into the batsman, this was always on the cards. That late movement is what's done for Maitani. Having made 1 in his first innings, has now made 3 in his second. So he has failed twice today, which is a gloomy thought for him, but overseas just clinging on with a chance of salvaging something, as the next 2 batsmen will be critical, because here is the man of the match from the previous game. From a sticky situation at 11 for 3, Gopal Thakur came in and rattled the score home. 40 off 23 alongside Ryan Bastians, who hasn't even come out to bat yet. Well, it's 36 for 2 this time, so I think he has a decent chance, Thakur, of finishing it off again. But it was a nice over, Rico.
It was a nice over, and we're going to consider that the first ball was smashed away for a huge 6. Well, he's come back well, taken a wicket, and only another further 2 runs coming off that. So he's got 1 for 8. That's very well bowled.
So the question now for Hershey is, does he continue with his bowlers who've bowled well, or does he get Lee Tuck in at this point in anticipation of the goal of the game going the full distance? And the answer, as you can see, is that Naudi is going to bowl his second over.
It's well bowled. Once again, just pushing at it. Ishan is quite happy to take singles. He prefers the ball pitched up to him, where he can drive anything there in that offside corridor. He just likes to play it away.
Naudi still on the mark, though, more often than not, but that's more of a half volley, and they should get at least 2 here. There's that man Byrne, and oh, he doesn't even need to use his hands. Normally when a fielder stops the ball like that, you think it's a question of can't or won't, but that was a lovely bit of footwork from Byrne. Saves a couple.
Gopal.
Off and away. Oh, fairly filthy, and there's good brains there from Thakur. Didn't decide to hit it needlessly. Just let it go through for the wide. Naudi is better when he doesn't try and push it through quicker. Gets the ball above the batsman's eye line more. Like that. Miss hit across the line, or they can't even get a single because it's gone straight to the skipper at mid-wicket. That was Naudi's off break, which I confess I preferred greatly to his leggy. It is again. There's a little dart there, full on leg stump. That's a good white ball spin bowl, that. Straight into the batsman's legs, and keeping Thakur quiet so far. What can these do with Yusuf? Oh, well bowled, a big call, and it's always been stumped. That's beautiful work from Palmer. I love that. The ball just straightened to touch, beat the outside edge. Yusuf dragged, and Palmer has the bails off in the blinking of an eye. And suddenly it's 3 down.
Yeah, this is quality bowling. You see that drift there. Got him into playing the shot. Excellent work for the keeper. Here we go. Well, I suppose that's a case of who does that line belong to? Well, that line belongs to me, says Palmer. You're on your way. And a good decision there. He has to go. And that's a good wicket. We know who that's going to probably bring to the crease, though.
Yeah, it's time for Bastians, isn't it? Number 18 on his back. Thakur and Bastians saw them home in the previous game, and the task, one might add, was rather more testing than this one. As it is, they need just 32 more. Now just watch the back foot there. Stays nice, stays still, and it's still on the line, not over the line, when umpire Stefan Gooch quite correctly gives the batsman out. So 32 from 25. Naudi has his wicket for the game, takes him to 3, top wicket taker of the tournament in its embryonic stages. They have got to get through Bastians and Thakur. Bastians just got 1 ball left to face in Naudi's spell. No, he's got more than 1, because that's a wide, and I think it may even just bobble all the way. Nope, Lee Tuck is after it. Now that's unfortunate, because that's rather taken the pressure off. And they've run a couple, so 3 wides go in the scorebook, and Naudi's really annoyed that he did that. Fancy he might push this one through a bit quicker. Oh, a good ball, just drifting onto middle stump. Bastians hurried on the shot and did well to get something onto it. It concludes a neat spell from Naudi. 15 he's conceded in total, 7 off the second over. He's got that breakthrough wicket. 6 overs gone, and the score is 45 for 3, 28 from 24 to win.
Yeah, it's a good phase this here because bowling is tight. Batsmen are starting to feel a bit of pressure. There hasn't been any big shots or any boundaries now for some time. Only been the one boundary, and that was a 6. So at the moment, Overseas doing everything they can to try and get a win in here.
Here is Gericke again. There's that late movement onto the pad. Very nice. Still get the leg by though. I can understand why Overseas are trying to get their in-form bowlers out of the way, but what this all means is that Lee Tuck is going to have to bowl 8 and 10. 10, of course, if the game goes the distance. So they will badly need Tuck to be all the swing without the wides in the over after this. Oh, the edge from Thakur. That's unlucky. A false shot has been coaxed from him by Gericke.
Yeah, I mean, that's very similar sort of ball to the stumping. He's got the batsman to come out of it, but this time, well, he's continued with the shot and very lucky to get the edge. Well, at least he's done the right thing, I suppose, in terms of bat. You're going to make the effort to get there, then play the shot as well. This time it's favoured him.
.23 from 22 now. Gericke just bowling a little quicker there, and that's worked well.
I do find that quicker ball does come through. It comes through at a good pace. It's not one of those artificials where anything short it slows up.
Oh dear, that's a bad one, and that will be 4 more. Ah, when wicketkeepers bowl, there's probably a whole Netflix documentary series about it. If there isn't, there should be. What a shocker. Brilliant, brilliant ball that he bowled in the previous over to dismiss Maitani. A couple of full tosses have gone for 6 and 4. Those boundaries which poor old Overseas can ill afford. Suddenly 19 off 20 with the 2 gun batsmen at the crease.
And the chain in the field now, going to play again across, because the third man is now being pushed back. I mean, it's setting a field to be fair, a bad ball.
Straight back to him. Oh, he's put it down! Goodness me, that's an absolute sitter. You would not have thought that that was possible.
Well, it just comes straight back to him, no pace, top of the bat, and, well, he just got in total wrong position. Well, that's what happens when you're used to catching with the gloves on.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'm glad he can smile about it, because he finds it funny, and I'm glad for him. That's good. Clearly the man has got a bigger life off the cricket field than on, and it's good to see. And it's nice to see Andy Naidu sharing that laugh with him as well. There is more to this life than just a game. With drops like that, it's just as well. End of the over, 54 for 3, 19 to win off 18 balls.
Well, you've got the 2 key batsmen. Remember, both these were not out the last game. Oh, big chance to make a change, and that goes down. And well, it looks like we are going to go to Tuck, what we were saying.
Now, he gets an immense amount of swing. It can be ludicrous. If he can get the ball right, he can aim at that right-hand wide line, get the ball to drift in onto the left-hander's off stump. He could cause a problem for Bastians, but his margin of error with the swing that he gets is so little. Not much swing on that occasion. Bastians, I think, was almost waiting for it to come in more than it did. And that's a nice start for Tuck. And I tell you what, Rico, that is an immense pair of sunglasses, isn't it? Is he going skiing later?
Yeah, they remind me a bit like Eddie the Eagle, don't they? You know, remember the old Eddie the Eagle glasses? Got a bit of that about them.
Well, not much swing for him on this occasion either, but it's still a decent enough ball. Bastian's not able to time it across the line. It's so slow, you see. Bowls as slow as a spinner. Which in a white ball cricket, taking the pace off the ball, even if you're a seam bowler, is very effective. Thakur rather got the better of him in game 1, and now they face each other once more. Oh, another edge! They just don't get any luck at the moment. Overseas, they've created problems outside off stump in the last 2 overs. Ultimately, all that goes down in the book is 2 more to Thakur. 1, in fact, just the single. But Tuck is bowling well, he's playing his part. Oh, that's gone right under that. Now that could be a catch. The fielder's in a tricky position. Oh, and he's spuffed it on the ground. He can't get up either. What a disaster. Oh, it's not on television. Oh, wait a minute. No, it is internationally. That's unfortunate. He made it look so difficult, Christopher Joan. If he'd stood where he was, he might have been okay. First he came in, then he ran to his right, then he had to move backwards. Then the ball landed on his back and then he fell over again. Oh Lord. It's all going rather wrong for overseas. And there is a wide with an extra run. Can't say they haven't had a chance. They've had 2 really quite straightforward ones. One from Bastian's just then, and then the caught and bowled from Thakur in the previous over. Overseas, bless them, are not helping themselves. 15 from 14. Another good ball from Tuck.
Good running, good backing up.
They've done well to get the single there. Hershey, a little slow to get to the ball, and I should think that's because he's rather ruminating on the opportunities that his team has missed in the last 5 minutes or so. 13 from 14 from here. Now that is a good chance to Hershey, who takes it well, and the captain will be thinking, thank goodness for that, and if the others can't do it, I sure will.
Yeah, I mean, it's he skied one up earlier. Once again here, trying to hit it too hard. Well taken. That adds up to the 2 he took the first time round they met. So finally they have broken, if nothing else, this partnership. They've got a big hitter out without him doing too much damage. And we're going to start to see batsmen that we've not had a look at yet. So interesting phase of play. And who knows, a few more wickets here and keep applying this pressure. Can be an interesting finish.
Every one of the overseas bowlers has bowled well. They're always going to struggle for this 5th bowling option, I feel, throughout the tournament. Heinrich Gericke, in an ideal world, wouldn't be in the first choice quintet of bowlers, but he acquitted himself decently enough, take 2 boundaries off his figures, and he did a good job. Lee Tuck has bowled an over for 7 and got the crucial wicket of Bastian's. 12 off 12. Man who's taken that catch, the captain Hershey, can be hard to get away, is now going to reprise his ongoing battle with Thakur. Now, it should just be 1. Batsmen have settled for 1. Overton, the fielder. Stalemate, that ball. Batsman and fielder all seeming to agree that it was just the single. The new man on strike is Erdly Chandiram. Just taking his guard now with the assistance of umpire Gooch. Chandiram bowled an over that went for 21 in the previous game, the most expensive of the nascent tournament so far. Oh, has he played on? No, how has that missed the stumps? He looked to work it to leg and run through for the quick single. The ball bounced and bobbled around. Oh, that was very close, and he's just survived. And he's bowled him, Hershey is delighted, so he should be. An opportunity has suddenly started to present itself. A ray of light just peeking out between the trees. They're almost out of the woods here.
Well, he's had a good swipe at it. He was lucky the ball before when he played it down onto the ground, onto his back foot, and somehow missed the stumps. But this time, gone all the way through, top of middle and leg, sorry, and he's on his way back. So that little bit of pressure we're talking about is here now. Wickets are tumbling. Pressure is on.
Indica Pereira. Well, if there is a man you want to see coming out to bat in this situation, at number 7, it is India Pereira. He shouldn't be in the least phased. He's a doctor in a general hospital on Gozo. He has seen it all. He is not a man to get into a panic. A very, very capable cricketer. As long as he's there, 11 off 9, things should be all right. Just works the first ball square. They come through for the quick single easily enough. Sure enough, Pereira is not going to take any big risk. You can still see it through well enough between the two of them, but it has been a great over from Hershey. Still 2 balls of it left.
Still two to come. He's certainly applied the pressure at the right time.
Thakur nearly plays on. Oh, they may have missed a couple of chances of their own. You can't deny that overseas have been unlucky twice. That could so easily have bounced onto the stumps. Here's the last ball of the 9th. It's gone high. There's a chance here. It drops short, but it's still just the single. David Marks just a fraction late in picking the ball up in the air. Still, that is the end of the over, and it's now going right down to the wire. Gopal Thakur takes a single to retain the strike.
Well, this is going to be very, very, very exciting. I don't think, I mean, the way that overseas have applied the pressure here, the boundaries have dried up, the ball is going to the fielders. A lot of pressure here for Lee Tuck. What he's got to do is no extras here. Wicket to wicket bowling. And who knows? There's 9 runs needed in 6 balls. Could go all the way to the wire, this.
Yeah, Hershey has pulled out a great over. Just 2 runs from it. One of them was a leg by. And as a slow bowler bowling the 9th, and as captain, it's a superb effort. Suddenly, overseas have an opportunity. Good ball, well inside the line. A rather forlorn look back at the umpire from Gopal Thakur.
Look at the feet, they didn't move at all, did they?
That was, well, it was, you can't deny, it was a half volley right up in the slot there. First victory to Tuck. Oh, what a great ball. There's the swing that we were talking about before. Again, the half volley, but so much extravagant movement away from the bat. What a face of total focus and concentration from Tuck. 9 from 4. Hit hard. Should just be 1. It's Byrne. There's never 2 to Sean Byrne. All the fielders to pick out. He's the one you don't want to see on the end of it. I said as long as these 2 remain together, Crusaders will get home. I'm starting to get a bit nervous about those words now. ... 1 from the first 3 balls of the over from Tuck. And now Pereira, the doctor himself, is on strike, and rather than give the single back to Thakur, he's got to do something now. 8 from 3, and it's going to be boundaries now. It has to be. He's gone aerially. He's going to get 1. They ought to come back for 2. No, they won't do it. So you can see very clearly there what the approach will be from Crusaders. Get it down to 7 off 2, get Thakur on strike, and pray. Man of the match in the previous game, 40 from 23 balls then. He's now going at no better than a run a ball. He's got to mow it away. He does. It's all the way in the air. He's going to get 6. What a brilliant shot. And Thakur, from a desperate situation, 7 from 2, has got his Crusaders to the verge of victory.
Well, the scores are tied here. This was unfortunately came out wrong. It was too full on the legs. Anything on the off stump he struggled with, gave him that one. The free hit, he's hit it. It's gone all the way. Climax here, everybody coming in for this. The last ball, 1 needed for victory. Whatever happens, they've got to run.
Yep, you can be sure that Pereira will be backing up as soon as Tuck lets go of the ball. Scores level, last ball. There should be a run out here if they can hit. He doesn't hit, he misses, and the Crusaders have done it. Everything was right about the pickup. The throw was good too. David Marks, the fielder, and they have just missed out on a tie and a super over. Poor overseas. Such good sports and came back into this game so well, but the throw missed. And ultimately the Crusaders have just snuck through by the barest possible margin. Those 2 men once again, Gopal Thakur, I think he'd be a good candidate to be man of the match. 23 off 19 balls. That final throw, in fact, not David Marks, but Andy Nowdy. What an exciting finish that was, and a great way to start day 1 here at European Cricket Series in Malta. Here's how the innings went. Great opening bowling from David Marks. The boundaries did come. Marks was seriously aggressive. He really made Yusuf and Gunatilecki work for their runs. In the end, he castled Gunatilecki with that fierce ball. Then Yusuf muscled a 6 away. And then Heinrich Gericke, who one didn't expect to bowl at the start of the innings, bowled some good in-swingers. And he got rid of Maitani, and then that lovely stumping here by Palmer off the bowling of Nowdy saw the back of Yusuf. At this point, things just started to turn. And we had this little phase of poor luck for overseas, edge after edge going down to 3rd man for 4, when they'd done so much good work in beating the bat. And then Gericke put down that easy caught and bowled chance that reprieved Thakur, probably the key moment of the innings. And then this very difficult chance out on the boundary was shelled by Viljoen. Nevertheless, the captain came back, Jörg Hershey. He got rid of Chandaram. Bowling at the death, Lee Tuck was excellent. And here was the moment when David Marks stopped, a good stop, a good dive, and he missed the stumps by fraction. And that was the last ball with 1 to win. What a superb finish. We looked very confident for a Crusaders win, and it was a Crusaders win, but by no means in the way that any of us could have expected. They started so strongly, and in the end, thanks once again to the calm head of Gopal Thakur, they just crawled over the line from the very last ball with a single. Compared with the previous game, how well the overseas bowlers did. Every single one of them contributing. Gericke chosen part-time keeper as 5th bowler instead of the rather errant Towns, who was left out for this game, and he played his part too. Tuck, brilliant at the death, as too was Hershey in his 2nd over. So you see there, well, the bottom line is that the Crusaders did win. The narrow margin will at least help the overseas club's net run rate when it all comes down to the final reckoning in a few overs' time. There you can see in the table that Crusaders go top with 2 wins from 2, and that just leaves the official decision for the Man of the Match award, which will be made by Rico Full.
Wow, what a match. It went right the way down to the very last ball. It was a low-scoring thriller. Overseas trying to bounce back and trying to make it, well, that rematch there, trying to make their first victory. With this man to my right, Jojo Thomas, certainly had a great game, tried very hard. 2 overs for 9 runs in T10 is outstanding. Jojo, you were so close to getting your first win there.
Yes, actually this match was crucial, and the captain and everyone was supporting today. And this match I'm playing with the team is the first time, so I'm a little bit excited to play and done it, I think, my way.
I mean, you said it's your first season really playing with them, Jojo. Good team spirit. I mean, it wasn't a big score, of course. You know, when you're scoring only 72 runs, you lost 7 wickets, so nobody was really able to get in there and score runs quickly. Very difficult when you're a fielding side and you haven't got many runs. When you're a bowler, in the back of your mind, you're always thinking, have we got enough runs? How are we going to bowl? How are we going to protect it? But you guys fielded really well. Fielders seem to be in the right positions, and they're almost done it. I mean, it's hard to lose your first 2 games, but the team spirit in the team seems to be good.
Yes, actually, the first match we ended with the 88 runs. So we had planned to less runs. So that's why we planned to bowl the good spell. So I think we have done very well this match. So next match we will try to get more and more.
What does it mean to Jojo Thomas to be playing in a European Cricket Series here in Malta, which has been enjoyed and watched by our global cricket family? How does it make you feel?
Yeah, I'm very happy. You know, it's a fantastic moment. You know, it's our first international man of the match. So, you know, I'm so excited, and my family, they are also happy with that. I'm very happy with that.
Well done. It was a great match. Went all the way down to the wire. Finally getting the 1 run needed at the very last ball here. Congratulations. Well played. Man of the match, Jojo Thomas. So there we have it. That concludes today. Only 2 matches, but from tomorrow we got 4 matches on the spin, and we introduce 4 new teams tomorrow. So starting off at 8:30 Central European time, in the first match we're going to see Atlas UTC Knights, and they will be playing American University Cricket Club. Join us tomorrow bright and early at 08:30 in the morning.